Good morning. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. My name is Bruce Mullock. Panel members this morning are Yim Chan, Sahir Bayat, and Carl Nipfel. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting via computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. They have the option of participating via video or audio only. All participants will automatically be muted upon entry. When an item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. And we ask that you also mute your devices until you are called upon to speak. Those participating by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist status when their item is being heard. As panelist, your camera will be temporarily enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from panelist status should you fail to respect this instruction. I will now proceed with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990, as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to property, permission to extend or to alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever property in order to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and update information by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed the rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. As of November 28th, 2022, only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Hearing procedure. I will call each item in the order that it is listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if requested by the committee. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I'll comment to you as you're approaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and may be asked to make a presentation to the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised in order to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support of or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all the speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will have an opportunity to rebut, but only to those issues that were raised by the speakers. And that will mark the end of discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have the minutes of the last hearing been confirmed by members?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. The minutes from the May 31st hearing are ready to be confirmed for adoption.
Thank you very much. I'll look to panel members for a motion to adopt. Thank you. Anyone seconds? Seconded by Mr. Byatt. Mr. Nipfel made the motion. All in favor, please. Show of hands. Motion is carried. Are there any declarations of interest by staff or panel members on this morning's?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I see none.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is one application requesting deferral this morning. That is item number 13 pertaining to 25 Roxborough St East. In addition, there is a second application, which is item number 1, pertaining to 317 WALMER Road. That would require an automatic deferral for improper notification, given the public notice sign was stolen from the subject site and not posted for the consecutive 10 days leading up to the hearing.
Thank you very much. Okay. And finally, are there any items or files to be closed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there is one file to be closed as per the applicant's request to withdraw the application. That is regarding item number 17 for 103 Gloucester Grove.
Sorry, 17 or 7?
Oh, my apologies, number 7.
7, okay. Very good, okay. Thank you very much. Okay. All right then. We go to the agenda.
Through the chair, can we have a vote, please, to close the file?
Yes. Okay. So on item number 1, panel, you've heard the issue. The sign was stolen when it was reposted, but when it was reposted, it was reposted less than the required 10 days. Moderator, is the applicant for that application standing by? And are there any speakers standing by to speak against? Okay. Well, let's just bring on the applicant to hear what happened in that regard. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Can you hear me?
I do hear you. Yes, you're with the panel now. So could you tell us what happened with respect to the sign, please?
I was notified through the committee application center that from one of the letters of concern that the sign was removed from the property. I contacted the property manager, and he also confirmed that the sign was stolen. At that time, the sign was reposted. I believe the sign was posted Friday of last week, and it was stolen sometime after or at the beginning of that week because it was posted on the site the Friday previous.
Okay.
And those pictures were all filed with the committee.
Okay. That it's a shame. However, we do need to ensure that the posting time durations are respected. So thank you, applicant panel. There's what happened. It pretty much needs to be an automatic deferral because it was an improper notification. Anyone with a motion on that, please? Mr. Byte, go ahead. Oh, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it is unfortunate, but I'd like to move a motion for automatic deferral.
Thank you. Second by Ms. Chan. Okay. Moved and seconded to defer due to automatic deferral due to short time of sign posting. All in favor, please show hands. Motion carried. Thank you. Number 2 is 66 Pricefield.
Through the chair, excuse me, if we could just backtrack to get the motion and vote for closing of the file for item number 7 for 103 Gloucester Grove.
Let's do that now. Okay, so panel, number 7, Mr. Nipfel moves the motion. Mr. Byett seconds. All in favor? All in favor? Ms. Chan, are you with us? Are you with us on this one? Or yeah, this is closing number 7, Ms. Chan, which was withdrawn by the applicant. So we're just closing the file. Let's take the vote once again, please. All in favor? Motion carries, and number 7 is closed officially. Thank you. On item number 2, 66 Pricefield Rd. The committee has before it the material submitted at the time of the application. There's a revised site plan and other plans from June the 1st. There are 9 photographs of trees on the property. There is correspondence from the agent June the 1st and a letter sent to neighbors June the 1st by the owners. We have reports from Urban Forestry. In support, there are 2 form letters. And in opposition, we have correspondence from 42 Mathersfield Drive, received June 7. So, okay, let's have the agent join us on this one, moderator. I don't see anyone standing by to speak against. Okay, let's have the agent join us, please.
Agent is here.
Unmuted.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Trevor Wallace, and I'm the agent representing the owners and client at 66 Pricefield Rd with regards to the application for a garden suite at the rear of the lot, as highlighted in this slide that is currently being shared.
Okay, just a second, if you wouldn't mind, agent, I'm just going to check with my panel colleagues. Panel members, would anyone like a presentation with respect to this application?
I have one question, Mr. Chair, that's all.
And Ms. Chan, you'd like a presentation?
Yes, a brief one, yeah.
Okay, so
I'd like to understand more of the angular plane. Yeah.
the angular plane. Okay, so there is a request, agent, for a brief presentation with focus on the angular plane question.
Also, Mr. Chairman, my question has to do with visibility around the corner, so perhaps you could specialize or deal with that as well.
Very good. So there's another request, agent, as you make your presentation, visibility around the corner. Please go ahead.
Absolutely. Well, why don't I start with those 2 points, seeing as they're front of mind, and then I can move quickly through the additional points. So to the point of visibility, as we can see on the slide that is currently being shown, in the blue box, the location of the garden suite would be at the very top of the blue box in the north corner. The visibility as you come from the right-hand side of the screen, which is east to west, of course, north being at the top, as you come across Pricefield, the existing dwelling unit, as labeled number 66, basically establishes the visibility around the corner, cars and pedestrians. So yes, so that, just to note, that plan rotates. So north in this case is to the left. So it's actually better viewed for this particular point of conversation, whoever's controlling it, to view the site plan that was on the previous page. It will help to describe the visibility idea. So as you come around Pricefield and you turn north onto what turns into Mathersfield, you come up and then there's an existing garage, which is the, for 35 Mathersfield, which is the gray block above the blue square. And ours would be immediately adjacent just to the south as proposed to that garage. So it would be two garages touching back to back. And then the house at 35 establishes the other view point of corridor. So in short, the addition of this proposed two-story garden suite actually has zero bearing on sightlines because it is essentially mid-block and is aligned with and parallel to Mathersfield in north-south direction. So the turn that happens, which I believe was the point of the letter of opposition, is established by the corner of the existing house at the southwest corner and is established by the house number 35 on Mathersfield at the northwest corner. So this is essentially a mid-block addition in mid-block of that run north-south on Mathersfield. So in terms of visibility on turning corners, children's, traffic, delivery, etc., there's actually, as far as we can tell, no bearing on visibility issues. So that's the first point. The second point that was asked was with regards to angular plane. So we have two angular plane minor variances. One is along the east edge of the lot, and one is along the north edge of the lot, so side lot and rear lot. On the rear, the angular plane essentially pushes into space that would be adjacent to the existing garage. So thank you so much for changing the slide. So we can see on the left of this drawing and on the left of this drawing as well.
Let's get to the right drawing, okay?
That's okay, yeah.
Is this the drawing that you'd like?
If you want to just click a little further along, there's a drawing that shows the elevation. It would be drawing number 400, a few pages down. There we are. Thank you so much. So the angular plane, assuming that we're at the setback as proposed with the minor variance, located at 305 millimeters from the rear lot line, you can see that the angular plane from that location punches in just a little bit in the very top corner, between the top left corner of the window and the top left corner of the building. And the reason for doing this is to get livability in the suite, not having to come into the headspace. And the reason why we feel that this is a fair proposition is because the lot to the north has a large garage in that exact location. So there's no sort of southern shadow casting happening in that general direction. We feel it's also a more pleasing aesthetic from the street to maintain the vernacular of the adjacent garage.
Okay.
So can I interrupt? So this, in this drawing, there's the garage on the north, right, against the on the left side, right?
That's correct. There's a garage immediately to the left in this drawing, due north. So there's no sort of shadow casting on a livable part of the backyard.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay.
So those are the 2 points that were brought
yeah.
forward. Mr. Chair, is there anything else I can speak to more directly, or should I just run through the list?
Mr. Byte, go ahead with your question.
Yeah, I just have, I did have 2 questions, but I think the one is answered, and that was variance number 4, the side yard lot line. But I believe that's the side that faces Mathersfield, so that's not an issue. Can you just address the variance number 1, that's with regard to the soft landscaping?
Yes, of course. So the proposed application has a deck, which you can see here, consider hardscaping. So obviously the addition of this garden suite does remove some of the softscaping that creates a scenario where we're at 44% instead of 50%. But it's our opinion that the deck itself has softscaping beneath it. It's rough soil below. The deck is permeable with spaces between the boards. So well, as we all are aware, hardscaping and decks are considered hardscaping. In actuality, from a functional perspective, we're well in excess of 50% if we consider that water will be draining through the deck onto rough dirt below.
I assume that's a wooden deck that you have. Eh?
That's correct. We haven't established the material. It might be a composite or a wood, but
Okay.
it's not going to be a solid substrate that will discharge water onto, obviously, the city systems.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Any further questions, panel? I'm not hearing any. So I think we can take this application then into committee for a motion. Mr. Byatt, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a very reasonable application, and the concerns that I certainly had, one was with the zero lot line issue, but that's quite clear. It's right on the edge of the road, so it's not infringing on any neighbor, so that's not an issue for me at least. All the other variances, I think, are all fairly minor. So I'd like to move approval of this application. I don't believe, I think there's a forestry #1 condition, but beyond that, no other conditions attached.
I was wondering about that too. I didn't see this one on the forestry list. Does forestry apply or not?
Through the chair, yes, there is urban forestry condition #1.
Thank
There was a typo in the original forestry memo, so they reissued the memo. So just for committee members, to alleviate any confusion, there was a second urban forestry memo issued in each item, each application. That's all, just to address the typo.
Very good. Okay, I'm sorry, I missed it. Is there a second to Mr. Byatt's? It is seconded, Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded, therefore, to approve. Those in favor, please show of hands. Unanimous vote carries the motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
might I compliment Trevor Wallace for a very effective way of dealing with the questions. His answers were succinct and comprehensive and very helpful.
Thank you for that comment, and they were good question answers, yes. And the application is approved. Number 3 is 57 Langmuir Crescent. On this application, the committee has before it the following materials: those submitted at the time of application, plus photographs of the property, January. There's an arborist report. There's a tree protection plan. There is an erosion and sediment control plan received in January. And there is comment from Urban Design Heritage Planning, from Urban Forestry, and again from Urban Forestry, Ravine and Natural Feature Protection. Moderator, let's have the applicant join us, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is David Bick. I'm representing the homeowners on this application.
Very good. David, let me see if panel would like a presentation. Panel members, any request for presentation here? No. Are there any questions for the agent, panel? Not hearing any questions. That being the case, let's... Oh, Mr. Bice.
Sorry, Chair.
Go ahead.
Just a quick one with regard to variance #1. Can you just speak to it very quickly?
Which one is variance 1? That's the...
Your landscaping, soft landscape request?
Yeah. So essentially, if we can go to the site plan there for a second. Oh, there we go. So originally there was a lot more of the walkway underneath where the addition is going to be. You can see the existing stair there that's dashed. That was a hardscape stair. The client is requesting to kind of have the walkway go around the wood stair that we're going to go in and connect over to the brick paver patio to the left of the building on the drawing. Unfortunately, due to the size of the backyard and existing pergola, we weren't able to get to the 50% in order to keep the walkways in around 2 to 3 feet wide so that they were wide enough to walk on. So that's where we're coming from with the landscape in the backyard as to why we can't meet it. It's all going to be brick paver, but understandably, brick paver is not considered a surface that is permeable. The stair that's coming down from the addition is going to be a wood or composite deck. There again, rough dirt underneath. So we could get some drainage there, but we weren't allowed to consider that in our area.
Very good. That explains it for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, before that, can I get clarification from the Deputy Secretary Treasurer? There are two, just to make sure I've got this right, there are two forestry reports. The first one talks about the installation of a required tree protection prior to getting an inspection. And then the second one indicates that there are no, in fact, conditions for forestry. Do we need to add a condition for forestry?
Through the chair, no. We followed up with Ravine and Forestry prior to this hearing to clarify the original comment, the original condition that was made, and what stands is the current condition or lack thereof condition where they have indicated that there is no issue, no concern, no condition needed.
Okay, great. Thank you.
There is, I believe, a heritage advisory, though. It's an
They
advisory, not a
recommend that they
condition.
don't have any problems, do they
So
not?
they don't have problems, they said, it's confirmed, yeah.
Through the chair, that's correct. No
Yeah, I don't think
condition
there's
from
a
heritage.
recommendation or a condition, no.
No, they have done a study, archaeological study, and they're satisfied. Yeah, so they have no
Exactly.
concerns.
Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Nipfel, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very minor variance application. The variances requested are extremely minor, one might say almost insignificant. I don't think that there's any negative implications. I'd like to move approval of the application without condition.
Thank you. Does that have a second? It is seconded, Ms. Chan. So, moved and seconded. Approval. All in favor? Show of hands, please. Motion carries. Application approved. Thank you. Item number 4 is 180 Seaton Street. On 180 Seaton, we have the application materials before us. We have a letter from the agent, December 21, 2022, and there is an order to comply, which affects the subject property. So let's have the agent join us, please.
Good morning. My name is Annette Kosian. I am the applicant and architect in behalf of 180 Seaton property owners.
Very good. Good morning to you. Okay. Let's see if panel has questions for you. Ms. Chan first, Mr. Nipfel second.
Yes, just very quickly, can you explain why you this is constructed without permit?
So there's two parts to this application. I was not the architect for the already built stair on the front. They had a permit issued early in 2022, and they built the stair, and later that year the clients decided to finish the basement, and they received an order to comply notice. The basement is currently unfinished still. It's under construction, but they had to stop the work because of the issued order, and they hired me to prepare the drawings. And when we submitted for building permit, we received the zoning deficiency notice, so we applied for minor variance. And I believe because of the deviation with the zoning bylaw, the stair and the basement are considered as a whole structure together.
I'm sorry, if you read the order to comply, it mentioned an area of 14 feet by 18 feet of addition. You didn't mention that. Is that also built without permit?
That was built with a permit, so we separated the two structures, the rear addition and the basement, as two separate building application. The rear addition already received a building permit late last year, and currently it's under construction and going through inspection phases. And the basement, we are waiting to pass the minor variance and then obtain a building permit for that.
Through the chair, can the applicant clarify if it's really just to legalize and maintain the existing basement suite in the basement constructed without an authorized permit?
The client decided to rent it out as a secondary unit, and we provided all necessary fire separations from the first and second floor, and the basement will be its own sustainable unit.
But I'm not sure that that clarifies. I discussed this with the staff before the hearing, because the way the purpose reads, it sounds as though the whole house was built without permit, and I don't believe that's the case. Could the applicant give us a new purpose that clarifies what actually you need this variance for? I gather it has to do with just the basement apartment. I gather the rest is fine, but the purpose of the application as stated isn't clear. So we need to be clear as to what it is we're approving or not.
All right. So this is an old century home, and the first and second floor, there is no work done or proposed. So the minor variance is strictly for the basement unit. And because of the lot layout, it's a very narrow lot.
Okay.
There was
If I might jump in, I think that the purpose of the application does need a tweak to read accurately as to what we're considering. I think the last phrase we could have a period after basement walkout, period, and then say basement suite was constructed without an authorized permit, or interior basement construction was without an authorized permit.
Through the chair, we can amend the purpose to read, to legalize and maintain the existing basement suite constructed without an authorized permit in the existing two-unit detached dwelling.
Great.
Perfect.
Great.
Is that wording, that describes what we're actually doing here. So applicant, are you okay with that wording?
Yes, I am.
Very good. Okay. I think that is the wording issue solved. Okay. Any further questions, panel, for the applicant? Okay, we now have an amended application. Is anyone ready with a motion on the amended application? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the amendment, which clarifies that it's not the whole house that was built without permit, but just the basement apartment, while we certainly don't condone proceeding without a permit on anything, I think it's perhaps more understandable that an error or an oversight would have occurred about finishing a basement apartment. And so in this case, I would be inclined to approve the application without condition, subject to the new purpose.
Thank you very much. Anyone to second that? Any panel member to second? Ms. Chan is seconding Mr. Nipfel's motion. So the application as amended now has a motion to approve. Moved and seconded. Those in favor, please. Show of hands. Those opposed. Mr. Byatt, do you have a concern about this one? Mr. Byatt?
I don't think he can hear you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I don't think he can either, so he would have missed the motion. Mr. Byatt? Okay, for those watching at home, we're just having technical problem here getting in touch with one of the panel members. He's lost his audio connection to the meeting. Oh, technical problem. He's having a technical problem. Okay. He is a, thank you. We understand. And we
Can he vote visually?
if he can understand the motion, yes. I'm not sure he understands. Mr. Byatt, do you hear me? No. Okay, so we have one panel member. Do we think it's at our end or is it at his end? His end. Could, please, okay. So those watching home, we're just trying to reestablish contact here with one panel member who is working remotely. Okay, I don't know what to do here. We've lost Mr. Byatt, right? We've now lost his visual as well. We do still have quorum, and we'll just give it another moment or so. Okay, we'll give him a moment to sign back in. Okay, let's see if that works. So, panel members, Mr. Byatt is signing out. He's going to sign back
Are you able to vote
in.
in his place?
Pardon me, Carl.
Are you able to vote in his place?
Well, I can vote on this one, yeah.
Then that would give you quorum, right?
We have quorum with my vote. Yeah, I'm able to vote on this one. I've been voting on all of them. It's only when I would cause a tie that I don't vote, that I must recuse. There we have Mr. Byatt back. Let's see if he's here. Are you hearing us? Doesn't look like it.
I can't hear.
We hear you.
So, I can't hear.
I'm going to test again. Testing. No, are you hearing me now, Mr. Byatt? Are you hearing me? You're not hearing me. Okay, then. I think we need to solve that problem on the side and move ahead. We do have quorum, so we're going to move ahead with the three panel members on this motion, and for next motion too, if we don't have Mr. Byatt rejoin. So let's do that. So there was a motion, and it was seconded. I think we should take the vote once again on that motion. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, thank you. So the vote is unanimous to approve. Let the record show that Mr. Byatt did not vote because of technical problem. He was not able to hear the motion. And we move on to the next application. Okay, the next application is number 537. I'm showing 37 Heathdale, number 5. Screen, you're showing number 6. There we go. Okay. And on this application, before us are the following materials. Those submitted at the application. Copy of superseded plans. Presentation materials from the agent, June 7. There's a tree inventory and preservation plan, February. And a tree protection plan, February. There's a staff report from Urban Forestry. In terms of correspondence received, we have 7 form letters in support from 31, 33, 34, 35 and 40 Heathdale Road, 54 Claxton, and 15 Connaught Circle. In opposition, there is one piece of correspondence from 39 Heathdale, which would appear to be next door. And moderator, I see that we have one registered speaker here. Okay, I think that's the next door neighbor, 39. Okay, very good. So let's have the agent join us, please.
Frank.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Franco Romano on behalf of the owner, 2095 Autumn Breeze in Port Credit.
Good morning to you, Mr. Romano. You have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you kindly, and thanks staff for bringing up my slides there. So the first slide is an air photograph, and you'll see that 37 Heathdale Road is located on basically the south side of the road, and you'll see that it is an irregular shaped lot as Heathdale Road moves towards the left on the screen. You'll see that there's a bend in the road, and the lot pattern and the lot fabric responds to that bend in the road. So you'll see that some of those lots are continue an irregular pattern from the rectangular pattern that is further to the right-hand side of this air photograph. You'll also see on this air photograph that there's a variety of building sightings, mostly central to the lot, each lot, and building lengths and depths do vary. They vary in building length and depth, and you'll see that first generation homes, which the existing houses and some of the adjacent houses are shorter in length and depth, but still occupy much of the width of the lot in the central location. And more recent construction has longer building lengths and depths. If we move on to slide number 2, please staff, you'll see on the site plan drawing we've tried to illustrate the number of the variances here. So the rear yard is towards the left on this screen. So Heathdale is on the right. So the rear yard measurement is taken at right angles to the rear lot line. And that's what triggers 8.39 meter variance. It's to the pinch point of a portion of the building that is well beyond the minimum 1.2 meter side yard setback. The portion that is nearest to the side yard of adjacent to number 39 is in excess of the minimum required rear yard setback. And much of the building is at least 8.9 meters and farther away from the rear yard. So that's more of a technical variance, I would say. Towards the front, you'll see that there are 2 bump outs centrally located, and those 2 bump outs are for ground floor powder room and closet, and they basically wrap the front porch, and that is where the front yard setback variance is associated with the 7.49. Everything else of that front facade is zoning bylaw compliant with the 8.41 meters. So it's an articulated footprint, and the articulation reflects not only the irregular nature of the lot, but it works with what's happening next door on both sides. Building length variance is, I guess it's identified by the zone examiner as a ground floor length of 17.43 meters, and you'll see that's from the bump out, the front, to the rear wall. And underground, from that front porch to the rear deck, which is centrally located at the rear on the left-hand side, that is 19 meters, and that is what the zone examiner has identified. The front steps, 2.65 meters in width, are centrally located. You'll see that. And in terms of floor space index, the ranges on Heathdale are up to 0.73, and what's proposed at 0.68 is well within the range of approvals in 2-story dwellings on the street. as well as on Claxton, shown there that they're up to 0.72. If we move to the next slide, please, all I'm showing on the next slide is some of the nuances relating to building length and depth. And I flipped the floor plans from what they're actually submitted to the committee, because on this slide, the rear of the building is located towards the left-hand side, and the front is towards the front. And I've put them so then the second floor is at the top, the ground floor is in the middle, and the basement is on the lower slide. So you see the second floor is only 15.35 meters in length.
I'll ask you to make your final comments now, please.
Well, this slide shows that the nuances in terms of length and depth clearly identify that most of the building is less than the 17 meters that's permitted and less than the 19 meters for depth as well. So I would submit that the variances are minor in nature and result in no adverse impact. Thank you kindly, sir.
Thank you very much. Panel members, questions at this time for the agent? Mr. Byatt, go ahead. Good to have you back.
I'm sorry, I had a blue screen of death.
Well, you're back now. That's very good.
I'm back now. And just a quick question. I think with regard to the variances in general, I think from what I can see that they are indeed relatively minor. My only concern was in the driveway, there is the driveway, which is a fairly lengthy driveway. It's a concrete driveway. Given that we are concerned about percolation of water and rainwater in particular, is there an alternative to concrete? My understanding is that there is something called porous concrete, or is there another alternative to that rather than merely having a concrete driveway, which of course will be permeable?
Applicant, question for you.
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you for that question. Certainly there are alternatives to the concrete, and the intent is not to have it be totally impermeable. So I will speak with the owner in terms of the construction of that driveway. It is not, it's actually in terms of the permitted width of the driveway is actually undersized relative to the maximum that is permitted for the property. So it doesn't occupy a lot of the front yard, and there is no front yard landscaping addition. But I will speak with the owner regarding the allowing for some permeability of that driveway and not having it as a impermeable concrete driveway.
Thank you.
Would you be okay with that being added as a condition? Permeability of the driveway?
I'm not sure what, in principle, I wouldn't object to that, sir. I just don't see that there is an attachment to any of the variances in front of the panel for a condition related to the driveway to be imposed. And that's why I was indicating that I can, I'm on the record as being able to speak with the owner regarding the driveway, but and I'll leave it to, maybe the Secretary Treasurer can pipe in on this.
Thank you.
Well, the panel can think about that when we take it into panel for a discussion. We have someone standing by to speak on this. Let's go. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
A very quick question, Mr. Romano, could you speak to the attic plan just to make sure I've got it right? It looks as though you've got a slight mechanical built room and staircase on the roof. Could you clarify that I've got that right?
Just bear with me a sec.
Correct. So this was a protrusion on the elevation.
So this is the part of the I guess the environmental consciousness of this design is that some of the mechanical is going to be in the attic, so then it's coming down as opposed to being forced air going from the basement up.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the mechanical room in the attic. Actually, I have the similar thing in my house. It's about 100 years old, and I've got my air conditioning coming from above, and I've got radiant heating throughout. So it's very similar to what's being proposed here.
Does it protrude above the roof form?
Does not protrude above the roof, no.
Okay,
That's
can we go
what you
back
see
one
there. What you see
elevation?
there is a, sorry,
If you could go back one elevation, what is this piece on the side of the roof? What is that?
the three at the top are skylights.
Okay, so that's a skylight as well.
Those are three skylights. And then what you see there on the side, I think, is the elevator penthouse.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's go to the speaker who is registered and standing by to address the panel. Join us, please, by stating your name.
Rob, you've been unmuted. Rob Nightingale, you can speak now.
Go ahead. Yep. Those watching, we're just in the process of connecting with the speaker who registered and seeing if we can't connect.
Rob, you've been unmuted. You can speak now.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Now we've got you. Yes, you're Mr. Nightingale. You are with the panel. Please
okay,
state
great.
your name.
Thank you very much. Robert Nightingale.
You have 5 minutes to address your concerns to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So as per the letter that I sent into the Committee of Adjustment, as we understand it, there's a number of things about the new build that are very concerning to us. You know, I've heard that the discussion so far as being minor variances, though the actual size of the building is going to be about 70% larger than what is actually proposed in the bylaw. And that's obviously very concerning for us. We had the designer of the house come and visit us. I'm visually impaired, so the designer came over to our house to explain to both my wife and myself what the new build would be like and how it would sit next to our home. As we see it, and as was told to us, it would extend about 18 feet past the back of our home, far into the backyard, and will also extend several feet, upwards of almost 10 feet, to the front of our home. Several issues there, and it also sits much higher because of the third-story dormers. So our concern, you know, in a general sense, is that it's going to block light from our house, and all we will see is a very large white brick home, as opposed to seeing what we see now. And we have a fairly extensive landscape backyard that we spend a lot of time in, and also a very well-treed yard in general. And we've been told, though we haven't seen an arborist report, we've been told that a number of trees, if not all of the trees, are going to be removed. Still haven't seen an arborist report, as I say, so we don't understand what's going to be done at this point. Our concern is that really it will block out most of the sun from our house, and we will be left with a building to the east of us, which really will dominate our home. We also are very concerned that as a result of that it will reduce the value of our home. We've lived here for about 19 years now, and the area itself is a very well-treed area. We are across from the Cedarville Ravine, and most of the people who move into the area take that into consideration. This home, as we see it, and as was described to us by the designer, is not like that at all. And from the sounds of it, they will be doing hardscaping as opposed to soft landscaping, and it really isn't very conducive For us, when we sit outside in the backyard, we will see their home, and that's all we'll see. So we're very concerned by that. And, you know, I can't really speak to the specific building issues the same as the agent could, but I can tell you as the property owner next door, with most of my my earnings invested in my home, it's very concerning for us, and it's very concerning for us for this to be described as minor variances, where in fact they're going to create a building that's 70% larger than what is set out by code. So that's something that is very concerning to us.
Thank you very much. Panel members,
thank you.
Are there questions, panel, for this speaker? Okay. Hearing none, we shall return to the applicant, who will have a chance to comment upon issues raised by the neighbor in rebuttal, and those issues only. So let's go back now to the agent, please.
Yes, good morning once again, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for Mr. Nightingale's participation. And it's true that the designer did speak with and meet with them regarding the proposal. I think it's in terms of, if my slide number 2 can be brought up again, the site plan clearly shows. Thank you, staff. The site plan clearly shows that the front yard, and it may be a bit difficult to see on your screen, but there is an outline of the existing building. Thank you. That's terrific. And a broken line within the footprint of the proposed house. And you'll see that the front wall of the existing building is just marginally farther away from the front lot line than where the proposed main front wall is going to be, other than those 2 bump outs that trigger the front yard setback. So the building is going to be aligned with the average of the neighboring houses. So it's not sitting forward of number 39. To the rear, it's clear that even a house that's 17 meters long is going to be deeper than number 39. And if we go to the next slide, staff, that'd be terrific. Slide number 3. This is where we'll see that the ground floor, so that middle, on the left-hand side, that middle drawing at the top, so that's nearest to number 39. That building length is actually 15.35 meters. So there has been a conscious effort to minimize the length of the building next to number 39, and you'll see on the second floor it's also 15.35 meters. And that building setback, the side yard setback there, is just a little larger than the zoning bylaw compliant, 1.2 meters. So this is in keeping with not only the planned context, which is what the zoning bylaw would permit, it's smaller than that, but it's also in keeping with the existing context. And we've seen that in the air photograph and on the site plan with some of the other neighboring buildings. The building height is less than what is permitted. The zoning bylaw does permit 3 stories in this area, and it permits 11 meters. I think it might even permit 12 based on that recent OLT decision. And the proposal is at some 10.66 meters to the top of the roof. And the wall height is actually less than the wall height that's permitted. So there is some sensitivity in the design as it relates not only around the perimeter of the building, but certainly to neighboring dwellings. I don't believe that there's going to be an adverse impact. It will be a change, but there will be no adverse impact in my mind. And landscaping at the front and the rear are fully zoning bylaw compliant. It's more than 50% in the rear, and it's more than 60% in the front. And I would say that in terms of trees, there is an arborist report that's being filed, and the tree protection that's being filed. And there's a number of trees. I think there's about 12 trees that are inventoried, and there's a minimal amount that's to be injured and removed. There is one to be removed near to the property line with number 39. That's adjacent to the rear wall of the existing house, and I don't believe that there's really any way to protect that given the size, and it's a Norway maple. And the arborist has identified that there's been a number of recent limb failures of that tree. So the arborist will work with city forestry, urban forestry to ensure that the proper route is taken with respect to that tree. And if I can just jump in based on Mr. Chairman, earlier request by one of the panel members regarding the driveway. I've touched base with my client, and
no, excuse me. The Mr. Nightingale didn't raise the driveway, so we're not going to deal with that
fine.
now.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
So that's if there are any questions, I'm happy to assist for.
I'll begin with one then, Mr. Nipfel. Perhaps go after me, Mr. Nipfel. I heard Mr. Nightingale concerned about the impact, and I think he was referring to minor variance number 1, FSI. He had done a calculation and was concerned about the impact of what, in his view, looked like a 70% figure of too much house. Could you comment on on the impact of minor variance number 1 for us, please?
Certainly, variance number 1 is a floor space index. Proposals at 0.68, whereas 0.4 is permitted. And as I indicated in my initial presentation, the floor space indices along the street Heathdale itself are up to 0.73, and we don't have to actually go too far afield to see something very, very similar. 350.9 square meters is the approved and built building at number 35 Heathdale, which is the property right to the, I guess, to the east. On this map, it's on the right-hand side.
My question to you is this: why should panel consider that to be minor? Tell me why the impact is minor, if indeed it is.
Yes, and I was just framing it in terms of the context. So the existing and the planned context. So the existing buildings along Heathdale and within this neighborhood have floor space indices that are of a comparable condition to what is being proposed. So it's not something that's new or out of keeping with the existing neighborhood. And in terms of how that floor space index is deployed on this property, the building itself is a low profile 2-story dwelling that has rooftop mechanical, but that is lower in height, overall height, lower in wall height than what is permitted, lower in terms of the building length adjacent to neighboring properties. All the building length and depth is basically centrally located, as I indicated. And the overall deployment of floor area is mitigated with those measures where there is a reduction in the overall height, width of the building, length of the building, and depth of the building in terms of the mass and the presentation. So there's no adverse impact that results from that.
I'm going to go now to Mr. Nipfel for his question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you, Mr. Romano, could you clarify, the person at 39 is suggesting that the floor space index, but in addition to the length of the building, is out of keeping. Do you know if the building at 35 was subject of a committee of adjustment decision? Because as I look at the location map, 35 isn't shown accurately, but 35 is about as deep as your proposal, and then the one next door to it, which I can't read on my screen, is also deeper. Do you know if they were subject of committee of adjustment decisions?
I do have in my notes here, 35 Heathdale received a building length of 17.2 meters.
Okay, that's what I thought.
How that was measured, I don't know. 33, I have front yard setback. I do not have a length on that one, but that is a 2009 file, so that would have preceded the bylaw that's in front of this panel today.
I think the one thing that the adjacent owner at 35, Mr. Nightingale, stressed was that the impact of your proposal on his property. And if you look at the survey or the location map, you can see that Mr. Nightingale's property is perhaps at a disadvantage to the other properties in that it has a much smaller rear yard, so that his presentation was based on use of that rear yard, and therefore I would argue that any extension that creates a problem actually is a little bit more severe for him because he has a reduced rear yard. Given the context of the buildings on the street, it seems to me that what you're proposing in length is not unreasonable. The one area that and it's a small issue, and I just welcome your opinion. The one area that I think might be a difficulty for your next door neighbor is your second store balcony. If we could get the floor plan, it's at the okay, so we need the second floor plan.
There it is.
There we go.
So this is flipped. So the
yeah. So the
deck
neighbor is to the bottom, right?
Yes, correct. Yes.
So that deck could perhaps be an annoyance given his concern that the length is so long. Would you be open to adjusting the location of that deck to move it further from the property line? Given the inside layout, it looks as though it's basically accommodating a bedroom, a master bedroom area, and it looks as though it could be shifted to be more central and provide less of an encumbrance to your neighbors. So that's my first question. And my second question has to do with the roof form, which is very handsome, invites use for habitable purposes. It's already got dormers and windows and so forth. Would you be in agreement with something that states that the attic space is not to be used for habitable purposes?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
thank
okay.
you for those.
Okay, that's a question for you, applicant. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for those questions. I'll actually go a step further, perhaps regarding the deck, and I'm happy to remove the second story balcony variance altogether.
Okay.
And so the deck will not be there. And I think that the removal of that variance would also remove the purpose of the application, I think, says a rear second story balcony. So we would strike that from the purpose of the application as well.
Yes,
okay.
Let's just go slowly here and make sure we're getting, because we are amending the application now. So we're going to change the purpose to strike rear second story balcony, and we are going to eliminate minor variance number 2 completely.
Yes.
Thank you.
And in terms of the attic condition that reads something to the effect that the attic shall not be used for habitable space or habitable gross floor area is acceptable. Yes.
Thank you. That's wonderful.
Good.
You're welcome.
Panel, did you want to make a comment on Mr. Bayet's question about the driveway? You were going to answer it earlier, and we were dealing with the appellant.
Yes, spoke with my client and happy to have a condition that the driveway be made of permeable material, or shall be constructed permeable material.
Very good. Okay, then, so the application has those amendments. Panel members, Mr. Byte, did you have a question for the agent? No.
So I'm glad for the responses that the agent has provided.
Okay. Ms. Chan, question for the agent, or?
No.
No, okay. So we'll go into committee now. We're into committee now on this application.
I'm ready for a motion.
Okay.
Okay, after these amendments and then the discussion, I think that it is a very good gesture to the neighbors. I think this will improve, minimize the impact. As the the variance that have been sought, I in the beginning, I do not think they were minor because they don't have rear yard setback. They don't have any setback issues here. And the length is just slightly over, and then they're proposing a slope roof. And I think that is just as a right, you can almost build in terms of the massing. But the GFA increase, I think that is probably in line with all the new development in the area. So I have no problem with it, with them, with the condition for the driveway permanent material and also the deletion of the balcony. I think that it become a much more desirable proposal. So I move for approval with those amendments and also with the forestry condition number 2.
Thank you. Is there
If
a
I may
second?
just make a comment,
Oh,
Mr. Chair.
condition
Thank you.
is also the attic space will not be used as a habitable space.
Yep, we've already captured that. Yeah, yeah.
Just a comment, and then I'll certainly be happy to second the motion. As much as I appreciate the concerns of the gentleman in opposition at 39, one of the interesting things is that this particular the configuration of the entire area. When one looks at the aerial photograph, the number 39. Also, given the shape of the plot, it literally exceeds the backyard of number 41. So it's a really difficult, it's an awkward situation, I think, for number 39. So as much as I appreciate his dilemma, I think the variances are very minor, and I'd like to second the motion put forward by Ms. Chan.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I would just add that there is also urban forestry condition number 2.
Thank you so
Yes.
much. Okay, please add that, yes.
Mr. Chairman, can we clarify what the purpose that we're removing the rear second-story balcony from the purpose we're removing one of the variances that dealt with
Number 2.
number 2, and that the conditions are permeable driveway, no habitable use of the attic space, and
Urban
what
forestry.
am I missing? Pardon?
And urban forestry.
And urban forestry number 2.
That is the nature of the application as it's amended, and that's what we're voting on. There it is. So I think we do, yeah, so we do have a motion on that application as amended, seconded, and we can move now to a vote. All those in favor of approval of the application as amended, please show of hands. That vote is unanimous to carry the motion, and with that, the application as amended is approved. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, might we extend a appreciation to Mr. Romano for his flexibility?
And thank you, yes. Number 6, 444 Roxton Road. Committee has before it those materials submitted at application, a photograph of a tree on the property, and there is comment from Urban Forestry, again from Urban Forestry on June the 9th, and from Community Planning June the 7th. And there are some supplementary materials received. We have, yes, this is already shown. Urban Forestry June the 9th. Okay, very good. Okay then. Let's have the agent join us on number 6, please, by stating your name.
Hello. Hello, good morning. My name is Murat Ozgur, and I am the agent of 444 Roxton Road.
Thank you very much. Moderator, do we have a speaker standing by on this one? Okay. Okay. There was a speaker registered, but staff have been making concerted efforts to connect and have been unsuccessful in doing so. So there is no one then standing by in opposition. Panel members, are there questions for the agent? Mr. Byatt, please.
Yes, please. I just am concerned about variance number 1. If you could speak to it, because I notice in the site plan, the garage that's existing is being removed. There's a concrete patio, from what I can see, is also going to be removed. Given that those are being removed, why do we still need a variance for soft landscaping in the back?
We are proposing to build a laneway suite, and because of the laneway suite, this variance happened. It's all regarding with the laneway suite. And also, as you can see in the site plan, there's a walkout from the basement. It's because of that.
So is the laneway suite going to be built on the existing footprint of the old garage?
No, it is not. The garage will be, all the existing footprint, the concrete will be removed, and the laneway suite will be built separately.
And is it going to be? I'm just looking at the footprint of the garage. I'm looking at the site plan. So the garage is currently set back from the lane. Would the laneway suite be pushed further closer to the laneway?
The laneway suite is 1 meter away from the lane, as permitted, and the length of the laneway suite is again as permitted. Coverage of the laneway suite is again not a variance, and this is how we are proposing. And because of this laneway suite, this soft landscaping is a variance.
Yeah, my concern, I suppose, is that you're constructing something completely new. There's an opportunity here to, when you're doing brand new construction, that you could potentially increase the soft landscaping, not to that level, because the 30% relative to 50 is quite considerable. I always find that very difficult to think of as being a minor variance when it comes to soft landscaping.
Yes, we can reduce it with the, we can play with the walkout, and then we can increase that laneway. We can keep the laneway suite as it is, and we can decrease the walkout, and we can increase the soft landscaping.
By how much?
Let me see, let me make a calculation. We can go up to 40%.
And you would accomplish.
We can ask 40% as a soft landscaping.
You can get to 40%.
Yes.
And you propose to do that by increasing or by decreasing the coverage of the walkway.
The walkout and the walkway. Yes.
Okay, are there further questions for the applicant? Applicant, I'll just tell you why our concern about this. 30%, or now you're at 40. You're at 40, which is better than 30. But the Committee of Adjustment has a very, very sharp focus on soft landscaping. And this is because of the issue of stormwater absorption. The principle is that each property should do its full share of absorbing stormwater. It shouldn't be discharging stormwater to its neighboring properties. And so 40 is in the right direction.
And also,
we'd like to see it even better than that. We would like to see full compliance. We'd like to see the that variance eliminated, but we'd like to even get beyond 40? Is there any, how do we get to 45, for example? Can you look at your plan and see how we would do that?
I can see, and also there's a staff report, planning staff report about the tree. And you can see the shape and the photo of the tree. The tree is not in a good condition. We can propose to remove the tree, and we can plant 2 new trees at the rear yard in order, for the water absorption, if it is qualifies.
No, I'm not asking to remove trees in order to improve soft landscaping. No, I don't think that's the way to go, if I understand you correctly.
Yes, okay, then we can increase it to 45%. We can play with the site plan, and we can increase it to 45. No problem.
You're saying 40%.
45, as you said.
I'm sorry, I want to be very clear what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Are you saying 40 or 45?
45. 45.
Through
Okay. I've
the
gotta
chair,
ask you this.
we'll also need the meter square as well.
I'll need the meters squared as well.
Okay, I'm going to make
Take your time for that calculation, please.
Sure. It's going to be 49.41 square meters.
Thank you. We have captured that. Okay. So minor variance number 1 is amended to read 45%, 49.41 meters squared. Thank you very much. Panel, further questions of the applicant, Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's helpful, but does it not also change variance number 2? We can't just pull percentages out of the air. It seems to me that the problem is the size of the laneway suite, but if I understood the applicant, he's decreasing the size of the additions to the house, the main house. And if that's the case, variance number 2, it seems to me, changes. And there may in fact be a change to variance number 3, but if you're going to 45%, something's got to give. And I think variance number 2 needs to change as well. Maybe the Secretary Treasurer would like to comment.
Through the chair, it's up to the applicant if they are able to provide the change to variance 2 or 3. I mean, worst case scenario, the applicant would be approved with variance 2 and 3 as is, and when they go for building permit, they would have to rejig the numbers, and certainly they would have to be reducing those numbers. So as long as they're not increasing the numbers, I mean, it's up to the applicant if they are able to make it work at time of building permit.
Okay.
Yes, we can work with that, and also the first floor is 76.72 square meters, which is about 32, almost 33% coverage. And second floor is the same, and the attic floor area is less. We can always, in order to comply with that 45%, we can always make the first floor coverage smaller, and then we can add it to the third floor in order to have the same FSI as 0.94. And then this will give us a chance to play with the numbers and to comply with 45% for the soft landscaping at the rear yard.
Well, through the chair, again, through the building permit stage, the buildings examiner zoning would look to these plans and look to the variances, the numbers that were approved, and have to judge if any revised plans are appropriate or substantially in accordance or not. So again, if they are rejigging where they're reducing the floor space index, they would be able to do that. It
can be done. It can be done feasibly at that stage. Okay. So panel, Deputy Secretary Treasurer advises that it can be feasibly done at the building permit stage. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could the applicant clarify on drawing number, let's see. It's basically it's the third floor plan. There's terraces on the front and the back, and I can't figure out from the drawings, are the terraces exposed or are they shielded by the roof form?
They are shielded by the roof.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? I am not hearing any, so we can take the application, I think, into committee now. Do we have anyone standing by, moderator? No, there's no one standing by to speak. No, so there's no one standing by to speak. We can take the application now into committee to move toward a motion on it. Mr. Nipfel, please go ahead. Then Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I shared Mr. Zayat's concern with.
Sorry. Mr. Nipfel, before we move to a motion, I also like to mention that there's a staff report. They actually have asked the tree in the rear yard to be retained. That's all.
Yeah,
okay.
mentioned that.
I think Mr. Nipfel's making a comment rather than a motion, but let's hear him out.
Actually, I was going to make a motion.
Okay.
So if you're not ready for a motion, I'll wait.
Well, we'd like to hear your comment, Mr. Nipfel.
Well, I was very concerned with the landscaping, and I didn't think that the planning department's condition was satisfactory to compensate for the minimal landscaping when, as Mr. Zayat quite correctly indicated, there's new construction taking place and it could be adjusted. The applicant's agreement to provide for a larger amount of soft landscaping is welcomed. I think with that change, the proposal is reasonable and subject to the planning condition to retain a tree and forestry condition number 2. I think it's a reasonable application and I'd like to move approval.
Okay, Ms. Chan. Ms. Chan, do you have any comment? Is your comment okay? Mr. Nipfel has made a motion. Is looking for a second. Do you have anything to say?
I agree with Ms. Nipfel's comments, and I'm glad that they increased the soft landscaping, which is quite a lot. It's 15% increase. I'm very happy with that. I will second that motion.
Oh, okay. So you'll second the motion. Okay, very good. All right. So it is now moved and seconded. 2, approve the application as amended. And this would be subject to forestry
And planning.
and planning. All those in favor, please. Show of hands. That vote is unanimous to carry the motion, and the application as amended is approved. Thank you. Number 7, we have already done a motion on this one. That file has been closed. Number 8 is 699A Craven Road. We're looking at the application materials. There's an arborist report. There's a staff report from community planning. And there are 8 form letters supporting from the following addresses: 691, 693, 697, 701, 703, 705, 711, and 727 Craven Road.
Through the chair, I will also bring to the members' attention that community planning staff have also clarified the condition in their report. In case there was any confusion, they've simplified the language of their condition, just simply to state that the rear one-story addition shall be constructed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing and the right side elevation drawing with respect to the main walls and roof design of the addition.
Thank you. Okay, so let's have the agent join us, please, on this application number 8.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is David Carruthers from Carruthers and Associates. I'm here on behalf of Sarah Patton and Darren Bell to represent them for the three variances to facilitate the rear yard addition.
Very good. Good morning to you. Okay.
Good morning.
Let's see if there's a request for a presentation or questions for your panel. Any presentation needed? Questions for the applicant, the agent? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you aware of the clarified planning department condition? Maybe we could put it on the screen in case you haven't seen it.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I am, and I've spoken to the homeowners, and we agree with the condition, and we'll uphold that condition.
Thank you.
Further questions? Not hearing any. Not hearing any, so I think at this stage we can go into committee then and look to someone for a motion, please. Mr. Wyatt, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a fairly straightforward application. The variances are quite minimal, and I think the planning department's planning staff report requiring that one condition be imposed, I think, is quite satisfactory, and I don't see any issues with this particular application. So I'd like to move a motion to approve.
Thank you. That is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded. Approval. All in favor? Show of hands, please. And that vote is unanimous. The motion's carried. The application is approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Number 9, 18 Crocker. We have the application materials. We have revised materials, June the 6th. Revised site plan, June the 6th. We have some Committee of Adjustment decisions which affected the property at 16 Crocker, which is nearby. There's an arborist report, February, and there is an application to injure or remove trees. We have comment from Community Planning. There is support from 16 Crocker. And there is opposition from 361.5 Bellwoods and 22 Crocker. And on this application, moderator, do we have persons standing by to speak? Yes, we do. So let's have the agent join us, please. State your name.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and panel committee members. My name is Rafiq Hanna of 43 Conklin Crescent, Aurora, L4G0Z3. I'm here to represent the owner of 18 Crocker Avenue.
Good morning to you. You have 5 minutes now to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the proposal is to convert the existing bungalow into a triplex, 3 units, and I would like to start with addressing some of the concerns raised by 361 Bellwoods Avenue and 2022 Crocker Avenue regarding first the privacy. So if we can please go to the drawings, and drawing number A09, we can.
Sorry, there seems to be a rendering error. Could you tell me what that drawing is of, so I can put it on the screen?
Sure, it's a side elevation. Yeah, this one. So as you can see at the back, there is the proposal is having a 6-foot privacy screens, both from the sides of 16 Crocker Avenue, which is the adjacent twin of this proposal, and to the back. So this more or less is addressing the privacy issue regarding the 361 Bellwoods Avenue. And in the opposition letter presented by Mr. Andy, representing 22 Crocker Avenue, he mentioned something regarding the three-story building and the height. So on the same elevation, if we zoom out a little bit, the current, zoning is allowing an 8.5 meters main walls, and the peak of the roof to 11 meters. So the proposed building is only less than 10 meters in height, and this stepping back from the Crocker Avenue side is more or less, if we can, if we can draw a line of the 11 meter and the sloped roof, this building can get a little bit bigger without even the need for a minor variance. The reason this variance is here, that the owner and me as a designer, we decided to go with a modern look with a flat roof, which is pretty common in the area. With some examples, the example, the most obvious one is 16 Crocker Avenue, the twin house of this, which was approved and got the building permit. And we have also 2 Crocker Avenue, and we have the property in front of 22 Crocker Avenue, which is 9 Bellwoods Avenue. The additions are third floor additions are with a flat roof. There was a concern regarding the box-shaped building resulted on this, and this was also addressed by the stepping back from the front and the back. And regarding the FSI of the building, I would like to refer to the TLAB hearing decision of 16 Crocker Avenue, page 22. If we go to page 22, here are some examples. Yeah, here are some examples of the approved FSI in the area. So we have, for example, 9 Bellwoods Avenue for 1.89 FSI, and we have 1.66 at 160 Bellwoods Avenue. We have 1.87 at 63 Claremont, 159 at 43 Gore Val Avenue. And of course, the twin of this proposal, which is 16 Crocker Avenue, which was approved for 1.7 FSI. Regarding the privacy on the side of 22 Crocker Avenue, there's no, the windows on the side facing the side setback will follow the fire code regarding the unprotected openings percentage. Other than that, there is no variance regarding this issue. Lastly, I would like to address the softscaping, which was mentioned by the planning staff too, and I've uploaded a revised site plan and if we zoom in, I just would like to highlight that there is an error here. I know the numbers are not shown, but this site plan was showing the old calculations with 37%. But no, the percentage now is it's coming to 47%. So it's 8.4 meter and 47%. That's the current.
Let's go slowly. Let me interrupt. Let's go slowly here. And you're just wrapping up your time in any case. So yeah. We're going to be amending the application, as you have indicated, and that is variance number 4. And we're going to change the figure 37%. And at your request,
it would be 47% and 8.4 square meters.
8.4 square meters. Very good. That's a move in the right direction, and we like it. Okay.
I'm done. That's yeah.
Okay. So panel members, the application is now amended, specifically variance number 4 to read 47%. Okay. Questions, panel members, at this stage for the applicant? Then we have someone standing by to speak. Mr. Nipfel first, Ms. Chan second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the applicant, the change in soft landscaping that you've just reflected in the requested variances, does that include the additional landscaping that you negotiated with the planning department?
Yes, that's the reason. That's where it came from, sir. So
if we adopt, as planning has suggested, if we adopt their condition, then that would be in agreement with this revised variance.
Correct.
Okay, could we go to the site plan again? And like the host, I can hardly read anything that was submitted for this application. I don't, can you go to the back of the property and can we go in and enlarge it? I don't understand. Let me give you my assumptions and you tell me if I'm wrong. I assume that this means that the building actually goes to the top and to the left property lines. There's no setback. But then you've got, and it's blurry to me, but you have privacy screening on both of those property lines, when in fact the property next door is a one-story, and the one behind is a garage. Why is there a privacy screen? All you can see is the roof of the one story on one side and the roof of the garage on the other. So I'm not clear that I'm reading this correctly.
The balcony is in the second story.
I know, but all you, if I'm standing on the balcony and I'm looking to the property immediately next door on the street, all I can see is the roof, right?
Yes, part of the roof, and I can see a part of the backyard too. So that's why this privacy screen is there. So,
and how big is the privacy screen? I can't read your notes.
6 foot.
Okay, so I think we need to call that out as a condition. We normally say 1.5 meters of solid screen. So you'd be okay with that on both of those property limits?
Yes, sure.
Or sorry, on the edges of the balcony.
On two edges, right? The third edge is not
Okay, and which edges are those in terms of direction? North and
so the one next to 16 Crocker Avenue, and north and east.
North and east. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Chan, you had a question?
It's been answered. So
Okay.
I just had the question about the revised site plan.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry. I said that it's the question has been answered.
Thank you very much. Okay. We do have someone standing by to speak. Moderator, let's go to this person registered.
This magnitude there, except for the one next door. Yeah, he's trying to use that at present. Does not reinforce the character of the neighborhood.
Hello. Good morning. Can you hear me?
We do hear you. Please state your name.
My name is Nirmata Gunawardena, and I'm counsel to Ms. Weinreb and Ms. Lowen, who live at 22 Crocker Avenue, which is located immediately west of 18 Crocker Avenue.
Very good. You have 5 minutes to present their concerns to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate the opportunity to speak before the committee this morning, and I am speaking in opposition to the variances requested at 18 Crocker Avenue. First, I would like to note that while there is no legal requirement to do so, neither the owner nor their agent spoke to my clients regarding the requested variances. Our clients did not hear about the variance application until they received the public notice from the city. To us, this is most disappointing. Our clients and the community at large deserve better, particularly given the significant concerns previously voiced in relation to 16 Crocker Avenue. In our view, the application is an attempt to rely on the variances approved for the adjacent property at 16 Crocker Avenue, which were vehemently opposed by the community. The agent for this application is the same as the agent for the prior 16 Crocker Avenue application and should have known that some community engagement was appropriate. That decision was approved on January 30th of 2023, and on the heels of that decision, this same agent filed this application. I submit that the prior committee decision is being used to pave the way to destabilize the neighborhood and its well-established character. The variances requested do not meet the requirements of the 4-part test under Section 45 of the Planning Act and will adversely impact my clients who are starting a young family. So the application seeks 5 variances from the city's zoning bylaw. First, I submit that they do not maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. Variances 1 and 2 seek a 16% increase in both the front exterior main wall and the side exterior main walls. And the applicant wants the front and side wall increases to get a box-shaped structure with a flat roof, which otherwise wouldn't be permitted by the zoning bylaw. The whole point of this zoning standard is to avoid excessively large flat roof box-like built form. Then, variance 3 seeks a significant increase in the permitted FSI that is 59% over the maximum permitted, the sole purpose of which appears to be to add an entire 3rd story. And without this variance, coupled with excessively high front and sidewall heights, no 3rd floor would be achievable. And I would also like to note that regarding the FSI, that from the examples that the agent gave regarding 16 Crocker Avenue, none of these examples, there were no examples of this magnitude on Crocker Avenue, except for 16 Crocker. So that really reinforces our submission that this is being 16 Crocker Avenue application is being used to pave the way for this kind of development on this street. Variance 5 seeks a 400% increase from the permitted rear yard encroachment for the rear 2nd story balcony. And Mr. Chair, if I can direct your attention to the submitted site plan and specifically the rear balcony that is being proposed, you can see that there is maybe 1 meter before the rear property line if this variance is permitted. This application, as proposed, will allow for a build form that is twice as big as the existing building and the homeowner client's adjacent property. Each requested variance feeds into the next and creates an overdevelopment of the lot. The application is requesting a significant increases to the front and side wall heights in order to get a flat roof structure, which then requires an increase in the FSI to build a 3rd story. On top of this, the rear yard encroachment will lead to even more overdevelopment on the lot. The height, added windows, and the proposed balcony will also lead to a lack of privacy for all surrounding properties. The previously noted screen by the agent does not address the 2nd story window at the rear west side, so we submit that there are still privacy concerns for our clients and the surrounding neighbors. I also submit that the variances requested are out of character with the neighborhood's existing character. A 3-story structure is also objectively out of character with the neighborhood, which are all 1 or 2 stories. Finally, the variances are not minor and not appropriate development. I submit that the application would be a tantamount to approval creep from 16 Crocker Avenue, and if approved, will result in overdevelopment of the lot and lead to the destabilization of the neighborhood and its existing character. So I'm requesting that the committee refuse this application, and subject to any questions, those are my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, panel, for the speaker. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick one. You have. I want you to sort of list besides the privacy issue on the west on the window you mentioned on the west side. What other impact your client will have?
Besides the privacy, are you just referring to the balcony or the all of the variances?
No, what I'm trying is, can you summarize the impact that your client will have? I only remember the window. That's why I remember.
In addition to the window, so the variances request an additional 3rd story. The property, the building on the property right now is 1 story, and so is the building on my client's property. So the added 2 stories will have significant negative impacts regarding shadows and privacy concerns as previously noted.
Thank you. Okay.
I don't understand the shadow that on your client's property. You have, what will be shadow? You are on the south side, right? Sorry.
But Ms. Chan, you're a little. You need to be close to your microphone, I think, because when you're back from it, It's a bit cloudy, so
sorry.
please stay close to the mic.
Yes, my question is, you mentioned the shadow, the 3-story will impact in terms of shadowing. I just do not understand that part very much because you're on the west side, right? And how does that will give you the shadowing?
That question is directed to you, speaker. Do we still have Narmada Gwynwardana with us?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Oh, hi there. Sorry, I was muted and I couldn't unmute myself on my own. Sorry, yes. So our client's property is to the west of the subject property, and the increase in the wall height, both on the side and the front, will cause excessive shadowing onto my client's property, which is a 1-story.
It's in the rear and in the front.
Both in the rear and in the front.
Okay. Further questions, panel? If there are none, we can take this application. Well, first of all, we have to go back to the agent, who will have an opportunity to comment and rebuttal. Let's go back to the agent now.
Yeah. So first of all, I would like to comment about the 16 Crocker Avenue. I'm not sure if this is very, very relevant, but 16 Crocker has had some opposition, and then it went to T-Lab. And the T-Lab, we talked with the neighbors, and every single issue was addressed, and then it was a settlement hearing. And those same issues are exactly here at 18 Crocker Avenue. Nothing new. It's exactly more or less the same building. So I thought that there will not be any opposition. That's the first thing. The second, regarding the full.
Just let me stop you there for a moment. It went to T-Lab, and could you again tell me what happened at T-Lab? What was the outcome?
At T-Lab, the main concern of the neighbors was an outdoor hot tub on the front deck, and it was removed by the agreement and put inside. So we increased a little bit the FSI, and they agreed to that, and then we put the tub inside the washroom. And that's what happened in 16 Crocker Ave. That was the main issue. Beside putting the AC not in the backyard, just putting some of the AC units on top of the roof, and that's what we did too. And it was a settlement hearing. So that's what happened with 16 Crocker Ave.
Thank you.
And every single concern, it was addressed on the drawings of 18 Crocker Avenue too. So that's the comment of the first thing. Second thing, the mention of a complete or a full third story, that's not what's happening here. It's a rear addition for the third story with a stepping back. And the height is, as mentioned before, if we just draw a sketch or a line for the allowable sloped roof with an 11-meter peak and 8.5 meter main walls, it will be above and over this proposal. The only reason this variance is here is that we decided to go with a flat roof. Regarding the shadows, as mentioned, there's no southern shadow casting because the property is on the west. The other 22 Crocker is on the west of this property. That's my. If I missed something,
thank you very much. So
yeah,
those are that's good. Thank you. Okay, panel members, opportunity now for questions. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Something you just said to the applicant doesn't make sense. You said it's not a real third-story addition. It's just an addition to the back. But in fact, is the existing building not a bungalow?
It is a bungalow. I didn't say it's not a real three-story addition. I said it's not a full third-story addition. It's an addition to the back of the building on the third story. It's definitely a third-story addition, of course, but it's not a full for the whole building.
Maybe we could put up a
future,
side
it would
elevation,
be-
please.
In future, it would be really helpful if you could provide us with a better submission drawing-wise. This application is very difficult to evaluate. Could we go to the front elevation, which I can't read the number. Okay, now it's very difficult to assess the implications of that because I don't know, and you didn't show us, what the building next door is going to look like. After all, this is a semi. This is not a detached building. It's a semi-detached building. And to properly evaluate what you're doing, particularly the third floor, I actually need to see it in context. And you have an obligation to show us what the other half of the semi looks like.
Sure, sir. It's if we can open the Committee for Adjustment decision or the TLAB decision of the 16 Crocker Avenue, it's exactly the same. It's the twin of this house.
So it's 3 floors with the top floor set back. Is that correct?
Correct.
And presumably they got similar variances to you.
Yes, more variances because the land is slightly smaller because there is no side setback, so the FSI was bigger. But it's exactly the mirror of the building. It's the same building.
Okay, thank you very much.
Other questions, if any? Okay. I'm not hearing any, so let's at this stage then take the application into committee, moving toward a motion. Mr. Byte, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'll start this off with just some comments first, Chair. I think part of the challenge with this particular application is the nature of the location and the size of the lot as well. It makes it any kind of change to the property makes it difficult because of the particular size. I'm glad that the applicant has made some adjustments to variance number 4. There is a planning condition, and I was concerned also about the third story balcony, I think, or is it the second story balcony? I forget which, but it looks like there's adequate screening being applied, so I think that covers that issue. The question that Mr. Niffel had, and I think the gentleman has answered, that this is a mirror image of the neighboring property. That makes a difference. Otherwise, the impact on if the neighboring property at 16 would have been lower, I think it would have been more problematic. And I agree with you, Mr. Niffel, as well as the drawings are extremely difficult to. In fact, it was all garbled. All the text information was garbled, so it becomes more problematic. But with the amendment to variance number 4 and my concerns about screening being laid, I think this is a supportable application. So I'd be quite happy to move a motion, but my colleagues may want to weigh in first.
Does anyone wish to weigh in, or Ms. Chan, go ahead?
Oh, I can weigh in. I totally agree with this. Why the reason why I will support this application is that because of the semi-detached next to it. Because without that, I think that it will be very awkward to support the first floor. But with it, and I think that it actually make it make more sense. So I'm also in support with this application.
Mr. Niffel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very much on the fence with this one. Based on the information that was submitted by the applicant, I would be dead set against this application on a whole bunch of areas. Through the process of asking questions and getting drawings clarified, I'm satisfied that the negative impacts are minimal. They're not non-existent, but they're minimal. I really get very angry when we have applications where there's been no consultation. You're wasting our time. You're wasting the time of other applicants. Pre-consultation should be an essential requirement for every application. So I reluctantly will vote in favor of this application, but I want to note that the lack of consultation was really unacceptable, as is the fact that there's no contextual drawing. If you had to judge this application purely on what was submitted, I would argue you would have to turn it down based on context, because there's no contextual information. So I will be supporting it half-heartedly.
Understood. I will be supporting it. So I look to someone to make a motion, please. Mr. Byte, go ahead.
So I'll move motion to approve, and I take Mr. Neufield's comments quite seriously, and hopefully the applicant does as well. I'd like to move a motion to approve the application as amended. There is a planning condition, pardon me, and I think that's the only one that exists.
Thank you very much. Does that have a second? It is seconded. Ms. Chan. Moved and seconded to approve the application as amended. All those in favor, please, show of hands. The vote is unanimous. The motion carries, and the application as amended is approved. And with that panel, we'll take a 10-minute recess, please. We've been going for a couple of hours, so 10-minute recess to resume at 11:48. Thank you.
Want to go to see Mr. Squirrel? Let's go see. Want to see Mr. Squirrel? Let's go see Mr. Squirrel. You there? Mr. Squirrel outside? Dog in the seat?
Hey, Yim, are you there?
I'm ready. Ready. As we say.
We resume. And we resume with item number 10 on today's agenda, number 30 St. Clair Avenue West. On this application, the panel has before it the plans submitted at application. There is a registered reference plan of survey. There are 4 photographs of the property. We have cover letters from the agent, March the 8th and June the 7th. We have a 2017 Committee of Adjustment decision affecting the properties at 2 and 24 St. Clair West, and also 30 to 34 St. Clair West, and 17 to 21 Delisle. And there is a tree location map.
Through the chair, the applicant has also submitted late yesterday revised reference plans.
Thank you. Let us then have the agent join us, please.
Sorry, can everyone hear me?
You'll need to speak up a little bit, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. My name is Eugenia Bashura, and I'm a lawyer at Wood Bull LLP, counsel to 30 St. Clair West, Inc., whose minor variance application is listed on the agenda as item 10. I'm also counsel for 40 St. Clair West, Inc., and whose minor variance application is listed on the agenda as item number 11.
Excuse me, I'm going to ask you, we hear you now clearly, but you said that you're also counselor for which address?
For 40 neighboring address 40 St. Clair Avenue West, which is listed on the agenda as item 11.
Oh, for item 11 coming up. Okay, very good. Okay, that's good.
The two applications on minor vacations are similar, like connected in a way.
Okay.
And some of the facts are kind of like would be repetitive if I were to address these applications separately. So I just would like to seek the Committee of Adjustments permission to address these two minor variance applications at the same time and be allotted 10 minutes for that.
We're going to deal with them one at a time.
Okay.
That's how we'll proceed, but we do understand that you'll be speaking on behalf of both the applications as they come up. Okay, so on number 10, 30 St. Clair Avenue West.
Yes, so would you like me to proceed?
Just a moment, please. Yeah, so there are no speakers in opposition registered. Panel members, anyone like a presentation here? Does anyone have questions for the agent? Ms. Chan?
Mr. Chair, the agent suggests that we hear the item number 10 and 11 together. I think they're very similar. It's almost the same development. I think we can hear them at the same time.
I agree.
You agree too? Okay. Are the owners the same in both cases?
If I may, the owners are related corporations, but their names are different. So for 30 St. Clair Avenue West, the owner is 30 St. Clair West, Inc. And for 40 St. Clair Avenue West, the corporate owner is 40 St. Clair West, Inc., but they are related corporate entities.
Well, okay, my colleagues are comfortable going ahead and hearing the two together and considering them both together. So let's do that. We're going to be considering 10 and 11 simultaneously. I think we'll take because the ownership is different, we should take a separate vote on each one, but we'll hear them both presented simultaneously. So, questions, panel, on either number 10 or number 11? Mr. Bike, go ahead. Then Mr.
Not,
Nipfel.
not a question as much as if we could just have a very, very brief understanding of what's involved.
I'm concerned here because on number 11, I had a specific question about what lands were involved on that one, because it struck me as being somewhat vague. I would be more comfortable. I'm sorry to backtrack here. I'd be more comfortable dealing with them separately. We'll deal with number 10 first, and then we'll deal with number 11 right after. There are slight differences that make me want to do them separately. Okay, so number 10. Was your question on number 10, Mr. Byatt?
Yes, it would be fine. Just a quick, brief understanding of what's involved.
Okay, so we'll ask you, Agent, to go ahead and give us a quick idea what's involved on the project. Please go ahead with your presentation.
So 30 Sinclair West Inc. is the owner of 30 Sinclair Avenue West lands. 30 Sinclair West Inc.'s related corporations, One Delisle Avenue LP and One Delisle Avenue GP Inc., are the owners of the neighboring lands located to the east, and they're municipally known as 1 to 15 Delisle Avenue and 1496 to 1510 Yonge Street. These lands received a zoning bylaw amendment to redevelop them with a 44-story mixed-use building. And as part of this redevelopment proposal, 30 Sinclair West Inc., which is a related corporation, agreed to convey the north surface portion of its lands to the city as parkland under Section 42 of the Planning Act. And specifically, the north surface portion of 30 Sinclair Avenue West is indicated as Part 1 on the submitted registered plan 66R-33229. This is the portion that will be conveyed as parkland. We have submitted yesterday the plan that's shown on the presentation. This is the same plan as submitted before. The only difference is we have shaded the part that will be conveyed as parkland, Part 1, in blue. So that's easier to see which part is being conveyed as parkland. The underground portion, which is a parking garage and is noted as Part 2, and the south portion, which is used for office and is noted as Part 3, will be retained. So as a result of this parkland conveyance, the owner needs a technical variance for 30 Sinclair West to change the legal description of the remaining lands in the zoning bylaw. This is a result of the reduction in size of 30 Sinclair Avenue West after parkland conveyance will occur. We have submitted a zoning examiner notice indicating there will be that after parkland conveyance, there will be in compliance with bylaw 450-83. And we have provided the proposed new variants and specifically the new legal description, which describes the remaining portion of the lands that are being retained in our cover letter dated June 7, 2023. Additionally, since the parkland conveyance hasn't occurred yet, we propose to add a condition requiring that minor variance be conditional upon parkland conveyance. We believe that this minor variance is technical in nature, as it is required to bring the remaining lands into zoning compliance after the parkland will be conveyed to the city. There are no other variances required. The requested variance meets the legal test set out in Section 45 sub 1 of the Planning Act. It is minor, it is desirable for the appropriate development of the lands, and the general intent and purpose of the applicable zoning bylaw and the city's official plan will be maintained.
Okay,
and
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that gives us a sense of it. Okay, panel. Any questions on number 10 at this stage? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Could we pull up the location map? Did the applicant indicate on that map where this parkland dedication is? I think I've got it, but I'm not sure because the other drawings are very complicated to read.
It is the north portion, the surface north portion of the lot.
Okay.
So the
Thanks.
surface. Oh, sorry.
And then we're not doing them together, right? We're just doing this one
We
now?
are doing them separately because of questions
Okay.
that relate to the other one. Yeah.
That's my only question. I think otherwise it's straightforward.
Okay. In that case, I think we can take it into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Bike, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's even more visible when you use the street view map and on DELAWARE and look at this subject property from the rear. You see that the site that is being mentioned. This is very much a technical issue, so I have no hesitancy in moving a motion for approval. There are no conditions attached.
The applicant recommended a condition.
Through the chair, I'm unclear as to what condition the applicant is recommending. We don't have any formal conditions from staff or parks, so I'm of the opinion we can't be adding a condition about parkland unless it's coming from the Parks Department.
Makes sense. Okay, then, that makes sense to me. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead. Are you seconding?
I second the motion.
Motion is seconded. So the motion is seconded without any condition being attached to it. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show of hands. The vote's unanimous. Motion carries. The application's approved on number 10. We move immediately to number 11. And applicant, we don't need to ask you for further presentation, but I wanted to ask you, I found what I was being asked to vote on was somewhat confusing because I wasn't sure what lands are actually involved because of the wording that said something to the effect of not these lands. Do you see what I'm getting at?
So if I may just refer to the cover letter, can I just, sorry, can the presenter just show the cover letter dated June 7, 2023?
June 7th?
June 7, 2023.
Okay,
and can you please scroll down? And scroll down a bit more. So as you will see that the change that will be in the zoning bylaw is the legal description of the lands, because right now the zoning bylaw describes the lands fully, which includes the parkland portion that will be conveyed. So the variance relates to amending the legal description in the zoning bylaw. So it will be now changed to PT, for instance, for 40 Sinclair West, bylaw 22601. The new legal description will be PT LT 17-18, 24 PL 365 Deer Park as in CA 730005, semicolon designated as parts 2 and 3, 66R 33220, City of Toronto and applicable easements. So this will be the change in the zoning bylaw. And similarly for 30 St. Clair West, we have provided the new legal descriptions to be included in the zoning bylaw, if you'll see above in the cover letter.
Through the chair, so for item 10 and for item 11, we can include the description of the lands, I suppose, as for the record and in a condition that the new lands will be X as laid out, outlined in this letter, the description of the registered plan. However, again, in terms of a condition about conveying parkland to the city, that part I believe we would have to leave out because that's not actually coming from the Parks Department unless the agent has some sort of documentation, but nothing has been submitted to staff in that regard from internal divisions.
So there's the question, agent. Do you have documentation from Parks?
I don't have documentation from Parks. I do have, of course, we have sent this letter to city's council and with a proposed condition, and the response was that there was no concerns with this letter and the proposed condition, and that the staff, let me just see what it says, that the staff wouldn't be commenting on this. Just 1 second.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, that the staff do not have any concerns with the application, do not anticipate commenting. So we have provided these conditions for review to the city council, and we didn't get any
fine.
request to provide it to parks.
Mr. Nipfel, go ahead with your comment.
Mr. Chairman, if to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer, if the conditions are essential for this variance to actually work, could we pass a motion that the condition be added if a confirmation is received by the Parks Department by tomorrow at noon? In other words, then you've got a comment from the Parks Department. If the comment doesn't come, there's no condition. If the comment comes, we can add the condition. Would that make sense?
Can I add a comment? I know it's trying.
Excuse me.
Trying to.
Excuse me, agent. Or is that you, Ms. Chan?
It is me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was the agent.
I just, since we are making comments, I thought maybe I can add my comment.
Go ahead, please.
With this condition, which is not in front of us on paper or any, as the Deputy Secretary saying that I'm uncomfortable to put a condition that will predict.
The condition is in the covering letter, yeah. The condition's in the covering letter. My suggestion was that we add it only if the Deputy Secretary Treasurer is satisfied that if she got a letter or confirmation from Parks by tomorrow at noon, then we could add it. If not, then we don't add it.
That's precisely my point. I do not think, because we do not know whether they will receive it by noon, I do not feel comfortable to vote on a motion with this kind of conditions. That's what my.
Okay.
Mr. Byatt, your thought?
Yeah, I think Ms. Chan's point is well taken. The cover letter is basically a letter from the law firm. It's not a condition that comes from the city. This is from Wood Bull LLP, and it's, the information is contained in there, but it's not a condition that comes from the city. So I think, as Deputy Secretary Treasurer indicated, we don't have a condition in front of us. We can only deal with what we have. My assumption is we could make a reference to the cover letter, but the cover letter is really from the law firm, not from city authorities.
Okay. How could we phrase that reference to the letter?
Could I ask a question of the applicant then? Without these conditions,
just 1 second, Carla. I'd like to hear Mr. Byatt's suggestion. There was to make a reference. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, is there any way we could? How would we phrase that? Does that make sense?
Through the chair, no, we would need to have these conditions from city staff from the relevant divisions. And I don't see any conditions here. I think what Carl was about to ask perhaps is to the agent, if the agent could explain, their position if this were to be approved without these conditions, because also the notice that went out to the public, there's no reference to these lands or this condition. It's vague. These conditions are not included.
Okay, let's go. I'm sorry, Carl, to interrupt you there. Is that your question to the agent?
Yeah, my question was essentially what the Deputy Secretary Treasurer suggested is approving this without these conditions. Is that from the agent's point of view not acceptable? Like, does that not move the application along? In which case, I would suggest that we defer the application until something is brought forward from Parks.
Let's go to the agent and see what the thought is. Agent, you see our conundrum?
I believe that if the conditions are not approved, then the minor variance should not come into effect. As basically this minor variance applications depends on the park land being conveyed. In that case, I would agree that this matter should be deferred until the Parks Department confirms that the conditions we propose in our cover letter dated June 7, 2023 is acceptable.
That sounds like probably a wise way to proceed. Yes, okay. All right.
And Mr.
then.
Chairman, do we need to withdraw our decision on the previous application?
On the previous application, I think you are correct, Mr. Nipfel. Absolutely, we do need to go back to that decision on number 10, which we made a few minutes ago. And
So, Mr. Chairman, might I move that this application be deferred for the applicant to consult with the Parks Department on clarifying?
You're now referring to application number 11?
Yes, and then the same motion would apply to number 10.
Then we'll go back to number 10 and we'll do the same motion. We'll also withdraw our approval of it. So right now, panel, there's a motion. Is it the motion on number 11? Is it seconded? Seconded by Mr. Byatt. So it's moved and seconded to defer. To defer number 11 to allow for the condition to allow for it to be
For consultation with the Parks Department.
for consultation with Parks. Okay, so that's the motion we're voting on now. With respect to number 11, motion to defer for consultation. Those in favor, please show of hands. Votes unanimous. Number 11 is deferred. We backtrack to item number 10, previously approved by this panel. And on that one, I'll need a motion to withdraw our previous approval. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move a withdrawal of the previous decision.
Thank you. Second on that. Seconded Ms. Chen. Moved and seconded to withdraw previous decision on number 10. Those in favor, please show of hands. Vote unanimous. Carries the motion. And the approval on number 10 is withdrawn. Now, with respect to number 10 also, Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we defer this application to allow the applicant an opportunity to consult with the planning department or the Parks Department.
Thank you. Seconded Mr. Byatt. So moved and seconded to defer number 10 for consultation with Parks. Those in favor, please show of hands. Vote unanimous. Motion carries. Number 10 is deferred. Thank you, panel. And we'll move on now to number 12. .235 Lonsdale Rd. On this application, the panel is considering those materials submitted at the time of application. There's a tree inventory, March 17th. There's a staff report, June the 7th, Urban Forestry. And there is correspondence opposing from 92 Dunvegan Road. So we'll ask the agent to join us, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Milton Katz. I'm the architect for the project, and I'd like to explain the project to you and reasons for what we are doing. The house is a sizable house on Lonsdale Road with a wing that consists of a garage and a secondary suite above the garage. The main wing of the house is occupied by my client, who has had the house for about 30 years. And the secondary suite above the garage is occupied by a groundskeeper. The addition is a separate entrance and egress for the groundskeeper, who now has to go through the main house to get up to his quarters. This actually manifests itself in what I've done really on as a addition of 2.74 meters by 5.02 meters on the eastern wall of the garage. It is a modest addition, and it is actually achieved by continuing the roof line of the garage to the southeast to cover the new addition. We had, of course, the privilege and honor to look at the original drawings of 101 years ago and studied it. And in contemplating our addition, we wanted something that really coincided with the original house, the thoughts of the original house, its design. And in our view, I think we have come a good way towards achieving something like that. The addition is modest, it's small. It consists of a staircase really leading up to the secondary suite.
Mr. Katz?
Yes.
May I interrupt you, please? So, is that addition that you're referring to, and which you describe as modest, is that the only proposal here that we're dealing with? Is that the only element? It is. Okay.
Yes.
I think now we understand what you're hoping to do. Let's see if there are questions for you from the panel members. Panel, any questions? And I'm not hearing any. So I think we can actually, Mr. Nipfel, question? Mr. Nipfel, I think you are muted.
Pardon me, Mr. Chairman. The drawings in my agenda are very difficult to read, and the applicant made reference to the fact that he's tried to tie this into the original architecture of the building, which I'm very pleased to hear. Could he show me how that happens? You mentioned about the extension of the roof to include the addition. Is there a drawing that captures that we can see on the screen? Because I can't decipher that from what's in my agenda.
I see. Can you look at the elevation of it? And it would be the elevation actually
there.
On diagram. That's really the end elevation of it, really. And oh yes, that is the elevation. The garage stops basically at the left side where you see the three doors. Then left of that, you see the addition. And now there is
the roof form continues.
Pardon me?
And the roof form continues.
The roof form continues out further. There is a present dormer that is, and the roof of the dormer lines up with the roof of the garage. And what I have done is I've continued that roof line to cover the addition.
Very nice, very sensitive. Thank you. That clarifies and that answers my question. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Katz? I'm not hearing any. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
I don't have any questions. I'm ready for a motion.
Just a moment, please. While I
Yeah,
ask,
my opinion is this is a very nicely done little alteration, and it really does not affect the main house in any view or have negative impact. So I'm glad that someone's still drawing by hands. It is refreshing, and I like to move for approval with no. Is there any conditions?
Forestry number
It's
2.
forestry condition 2, right?
Yep.
Yes. With that condition, I'll move for approval.
Thank you very much. That is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded to approve, subject to forestry. All those in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous. Motion carries, application so approved. On number 13, we have a request to defer. So let's have the agent join us. And let me ask you just, staff moderator, before the agent joins us, is there someone standing by to speak on this? There are two speakers standing by. Okay. Okay. So let's go down to the agent then.
Andrew, you've been unmuted.
Hi, good afternoon.
Okay, Andrew, good afternoon. State your name, please.
It's my name is Andrew Shields. From Scott Shields Architects, 317 King Street West, Toronto.
Could you explain, please, the reason for your request to defer?
Yes, the property has recently changed to a new owner who would like to make some modifications and would request some additional time to discuss the proposals in more detail with the local residents, so that everyone can be satisfied with what is being proposed before this goes to hearing.
Very good. Okay, so it's for consultation.
Correct.
Basically. Okay, so just for everyone's information, the panel will make the decision here as to whether or not the application is deferred or heard today. But I do want now to speak to the two speakers that are standing by, just to gauge their thoughts on this suggestion that we defer. So, first speaker, moderator.
So Dan and Brenda, you guys have been unmuted.
Okay. Good afternoon to you. I don't want to get into the details at all of the application. What I want to deal with here with you is you would have heard what we're talking about. There's a new owner, apparently. The agent has asked to defer in order to consult and with neighbors. So how would you feel about doing that?
Well, thanks very much for the opportunity to speak to the committee. We're very much in favor of a deferral. In fact, we filed a letter supporting the deferral, in that we're in opposition to many aspects of the current plan, but recognize that the new owner of the property didn't come up with this plan, and we look forward to the opportunity for constructive dialogue with them.
Very good. Thank you for that. Okay. And is another speaker standing by, you said, moderator?
Lawrence Booth, you've been unmuted.
Okay, we live directly behind this residence.
Yes. Mr.
We
Booth,
understand.
could you begin, please, by stating your name?
Lawrence Booth,
Okay.
34 Crescent Road.
Very good. Let me tell you what we're in the midst of here right now. The agent for the new owner has made a request to defer the application. So that has to be dealt with first. The panel will make the decision on whether or not to do that or to hear the application today. What I wanted to ask you is one simple question, and that is, would you be in favor of deferral in order to allow the new owner to consult with you, or would you want to hear the application today?
My understanding is the application should be withdrawn, not deferred, because it's a completely different proposal. And they just want to keep their place in the queue, as it were, which seems to be a marginal abuse of the process.
Well, no, the committee will be dealing with a request to defer, and the panel will make that decision.
Okay, in that case, I'm in favor of deferring.
Very good. That's what I wanted to ask you about. Thank you very much. I'm going to go to the panel now, and they, in their wisdom, will decide whether or not to defer. So, panel members, request to defer. Any thoughts on this? We can take it into committee. Go ahead. Mr. Nipfel first.
Can I ask the question to the applicant?
Mr. Nipfel first, then Ms. Chan.
Oh, I can't see other people on the screen. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I'm in favor of a deferral, particularly for consultation. It will only improve the application's context appropriateness. So I'd like to move deferral if
go
now is
ahead.
the appropriate time.
Go ahead.
I have a question though.
Okay, well, Ms. Chan has a question. Okay, Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, my question is to the applicant, because since I heard from the second speaker saying that there will be a lot of changes, I just want to know the deferral request is for consultation, or are you proposing something entirely different?
I heard the agent answered that question to talking about deferral in a very significant way, but we can go out of committee for a moment and put the question to the agent. Agent?
I think the answer to that will be dependent on how the consultation goes with the neighbours. If there's significant changes that need to get brought about to keep everyone satisfied, then that's what we will do. So I can't really speak to the value of the changes until we've had that consultation process.
Okay. There's your answer. All right. Mr. Nipfel has a motion that needs a second, or it'll fail. You're seconding, Mr. Byatt?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. So, it is moved and seconded to defer in order to allow consultation with neighbors by the agent for the new owner. Those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous. The motion carries. The application is deferred for consultation. Number 14, 11 Yorkville Ave. On this application, panel has before it those materials submitted application, cover letter from the agent. There's a 2022 Committee of Adjustment decision that affected the property. And there's a planning rationale letter from Boosfields. There is a site-specific bylaw, 2019. We have correspondence from Transportation Services and from City Planning. There is support correspondence from Ian Carmichael and John Caliendo on behalf of ABC Residents Association, May 23rd. So let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me all right?
Clearly.
Excellent, sir. It's Mr. Bronskill, Bronskill, first initial D for David. The address, sir, is 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400, Toronto, Ontario. I do, sir, have a co-agent. We understand we have 5 minutes between us, but Mr. Huynh, Huynh from Bousfields, is also available as the planner on this file, should the committee have any questions. And Mr. Chair, I would just briefly note for you, there is the support of ABC Gyra, the residents. There is the support of planning memo from City Planning. There's the email indicating no concerns from Transportation. Just as background, Mr. Chair, there's been a lot of consultation to arrive at the variance application before you. We'd be happy to go through a presentation or have Mr. Huynh walk through his planning memo. I would simply note, Mr. Chair, our complete support for the conditions from City Planning. An important part of this variance, which has a modest increase in GFA, a slight increase in height, is a contribution for affordable housing. And we do need that condition should the committee see fit to approve it.
Okay, Mr. Bronskill. I'm going to see whether the panel would like a full presentation. Panel, would you like a full presentation?
Not really.
No,
I just keep my
there's no request for that.
questions.
I think there are some questions for you, though, Mr. Bronskill. So let's go to the questions directly. Mr. Nipfel first, Ms. Chan second. Go ahead with your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bronskill, could you just briefly touch on the justification for the reduction in bicycle parking?
I'm just going to the variance, sir. Yes, so there is a variance before you that has the bicycle parking rates, proposed long-term rate provided is 0.86 per dwelling with 603, and the proposed short-term bicycle parking. What I would do, sir, just so that it's on the record, if you don't mind, and if staff could unmute Mr. Huynh, because he did the planning rationale, and I think it might be appropriate just to have on the record his planning analysis for you, and just as part of the oral or video record, if that would be all right, Mr. Nipfel, and I might just then chime in at the end.
Let's do that.
Sure, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
David, you've been unmuted.
Can everyone hear me?
Hear you clearly, yes. Please state your name.
Hi, it's David Huynh from Bousfields Incorporated. Address is 3 Church Street in Toronto, Ontario, M5E1M2.
Very good. Okay, so
And,
the question from Mr. Nipfel was as to the rationale behind the reduction in bike parking.
Yes, yes, and if I can refer the committee to my letter that I prepared, and specifically, if you look at pages 15 and 16 of that letter, it walks you through, the circumstance of which the variance is being sought. I think what's most important is just the situation with respect to the timing of the approval of amendments to the parent bylaw, which is 569/2013, of which at the time of the 2019 site-specific bylaw that was passed, no such amendment to the enforced parking rates were applied at the time. And it's only since then that the amendment to the parent bylaw has come into force that the parking rate has changed. And as a result of that, that is more or less what's triggering the variance. Also, with respect to that is, there is still a variance that's being sought above and beyond that amendment. And it's in relation to the fact that, the building is currently under construction. And that the areas that are been allocated for parking have been more or less constructed.
Are you talking bike parking now? Which is the question's about bike parking.
That's correct. That's
Okay,
correct. And I'm
go
referring
ahead.
to bike parking.
Very
And I'm
good.
referring
Carry
to
on.
bike parking. And so just in terms of, the spaces being allocated to bike parking, the designers have tried to increase the parking as much as possible, but given the limited spaces in the underground parking areas, there still is a deficiency of approximately 3 spaces or so when you apply the rates that were applicable at the time in 2019. And so, it's our opinion that the parking variance is relating to bicycle parking is minor. And I think that is supported by transportation services in that they didn't have any objections to the parking variances as relates to both car as well as bike parking.
Thank you very much.
That
Okay.
doesn't really answer my question. I'm referring to your report, page 12, and in it you say the proposed long-term bicycle parking space ratio provided is 0.86, and the proposed short-term bicycle parking space is 0.09. But there's no explanation of why it decreased. Is it simply the result of the citywide bylaw, or are you decreasing it because you don't have space? Or, as I suspect might be the case, are your pre-sales suggesting that there won't be the demand for this?
Mr. Nipfels, Mr. Bronskill, it's a variance very similar, if you recall, to the one we sought when we did a similar variance at 117 Broadway, where at the time that the site-specific zoning bylaw was done for this site, we met the bicycle parking provisions. And so there was no exemption provision related to bicycle parking in the actual bylaw because we met it. Then, and this is on page 15 and 16 of the Bousfield's rationale, what then has happened is the bylaw from 2022, 839-2022, has certain new minimum bicycle parking rates of 0.9 for long-term, 0.2 for short-term. We don't meet those, but that's because in 2019, we didn't have to meet those. But the problem is we couldn't exempt ourselves from those provisions because in 2019 we obviously didn't know that they exist. So we're not actually reducing the overall bicycle parking supply. We're just not meeting the 2022 standard, if that makes sense.
Because you didn't know it at the time.
Correct. And then to Mr. Hunn's point, we've been constructing in accordance with the approved standard in our 2019 bylaw, and we will remain in accordance with that standard.
Okay, that's very clear. Thanks very much.
And sorry, Mr. Niff, for the last thing, I'll And thank you for staff on the screen for putting that up. You'll see this is a variance to 569/2013 and not to our site-specific bylaw. And that's 569/2013 as amended by the 2022 bylaw.
Yeah.
Okay, further questions, panel? Anyone? I'm not hearing any further questions. So, I think at this stage we are ready to take the application into committee for, or do we have, I'm sorry, do we have a moderator, anyone standing by to speak? We do. So pardon me. So we need to hear from the speaker who is registered to speak.
Zach Watson, you've been unmuted.
I know I'm the agent for the applicant as well. So I was, if anything, going to be speaking in support. So
just state your name, please.
Zach Watson, 2300 Yonge Street.
Go ahead.
I'm precluding myself from speaking. I'm with the owner, with the applicant. I think Mr. Bronskill and Mr. Hunt have explained this quite well, and I have nothing more to add.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, it's Mr. Bronskill. That's my fault. I should have noted Mr. Watson was on the line and is our client rep and was also here in the event of questions, so I apologize.
No problem. Okay, thank you. All right, now we're ready to go into committee and move toward a motion. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is in many ways a very simple application. I just wanted to understand the details of bicycle parking, and thank you to Mr. Bronskill for making that clear. I don't see any negative implications to this application. There are changes, but the building is under construction and there will always be changes at that stage. I don't see that there are any negative problems with approval of these variances. I'd like to move approval subject to the very detailed planning department conditions, and in doing that, I'm assuming that Mr. Bronskill has had an opportunity to review those and agrees with those.
Very good. Okay. Mr. Byte, you're seconding?
Yes, I am.
Very good. So moved and seconded. 2, approve, subject to the planning department conditions. Those in favor, please show of hands. That vote is unanimous to carry the motion. The application is approved. Thank you. Number 15 is 1254 Davenport Road. We have the application materials. There's a tree preservation site plan, 2 photographs of trees, and the planning rationale from Battery Urban Planning, and a cover letter from Battery Planning on June 13. We have staff reports from Urban Forestry, June 7, June 9, and from City Planning, June 8th comment. There is opposition from number 45 Regal Road. Let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Greg Ewens. I'm a planner with Batory Planning and Management, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the applicant today.
Thank you very much.
I have prepared a brief presentation for the committee that summarizes the proposal and the contents of my planning letter.
Well, okay, panel members, would we like a presentation here? Anyone asking for one? But we're not asking for one, applicant, but we might have questions for you, so we'll go directly to questions for you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Byatt, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions related to variance number 1 and variance number 2. Especially number 2 is asking for a significant reduction in soft landscaping, 75 to 39%, and variance number 1, 85 to 63. I always find those very difficult to approve. It's not something that I'm comfortable with. Could you speak to both of those? If this is a completely new construction, could these numbers not be different?
Certainly, sir. So if Perhaps it would be helpful to pull up the recent site plan and the architectural drawings, and I could speak to thanks to staff for pulling this up. There we go. If you could zoom in there, please. Thank you, to the rear of the laneway. You can see here we have attempted, and this is really across the site, to landscape everything to the greatest degree possible. On the lane side, you see everything is soft landscaping and planting except for the access to the suite itself at the ground level. And there's a driveway where everything within that setback is permeable pavers. So to the greatest extent possible, it is all either green or permeable space. Where the percentage comes from is the fact that you can see the property angles out to the north here. And so that area, which is permeable pavers, is actually a larger area than you would typically have on a square site with a 1 meter lane setback as required by the bylaw. So what we're trying to do here is maintain the utility of that space while also making sure that there are no drainage issues and landscaping it to the greatest extent possible.
Okay, so is it true that the concrete slab, which is obviously a parking space, is that where most of the deficiency between 63% and 85% comes from?
The concrete slab is underneath a raised deck that is accessed up the second story. My understanding is the interpretation of the bylaw only includes the lands in front of or between the laneway and the suite itself. So, which the concrete slab would not be considered within that. There is, to the best of my knowledge, no specific landscape requirement for the side yard of a laneway suite. There often isn't much of a side yard with laneway suites. They're often built to the lot line, but we didn't do that in this case. I note there is some additional landscaping in the side lot line or side yard. You can see by the stairs there that wouldn't be captured in either of the bylaw standards. But in terms of the variance related to the lane, it's partly a factor of the shape of the site and the reality of where we elected to provide this access here. And despite that, we're proposing permeable pavers.
Well, okay. To explain, the Committee of Adjustment has quite a sharp focus on soft landscaping, and deficiencies in the magnitude that you're proposing are a significant problem for us. You're off in a very substantial way. So what I'm trying to think through right now is where that deficiency comes from. What drives that deficiency? Is it the actual coverage footprint of the laneway house itself? What is driving that? So I thought first of the concrete slab, but something's driving that deficiency. You tell me what it is, please.
It is the permeable pavers. They aren't considered as soft landscaping by the city's zoning bylaw. So that is what drives the deficiency in this case.
Mr. Back, go ahead with your question.
Yeah, a couple of questions, I suppose, are connected. One is, are you building this laneway suite on an existing footprint of a garage? In which case, was the footprint of the garage the same size as the laneway house, or is the laneway house now larger than whatever footprint there might have been?
No, there was a garage previously on site. The laneway footprint is a bit different than the garage footprint. So this is a newly constructed suite.
Different meaning larger?
Somewhat, yes.
Somewhat meaning how much? How much larger would it be?
With the architect. The area, I will note, the area between the garage and the lane is currently all paving at the moment, as is often the case along the lanes. I'll request the size difference in the area of the garage and the area of the lane, and I'll respond to that as soon as I'm able here. The architect, Tom Nezik from Solaris, I believe is on as well. He may have the answer directly if staff are able to unmute Tom.
So I'm also looking at variance number 3, the distance between the main house and the laneway suite. That's a significant difference as well. 7.5 meters down to 5, so 2.5 meter difference. That, of course, would also drive the the shortage or reduction in soft landscaping.
Well, in this case, the sir, the landscaping between the house and the suite, and you can see it here on the drawing. It's up. Within that area, the reason why we aren't able to meet the bylaw standard is not specifically because of the separation distance, but more because of the stairway and the walkways on the south side of the site, and those are necessary to access the main building. The slope on the site is considerable. Between Davenport Road and the surface of the laneway, the site slopes about 10 meters from north to south. And so there are a series of retaining walls and stairs that are necessary to provide access to the main house and the yard itself. So those areas have to be hardscape, and you can see them here on the plan, but everything that isn't a necessary walkway or a retaining wall has been landscaped to the greatest extent possible. This, I also note that we're planting 3 additional trees on the site as proposed.
Staff, could you zoom out, please, on the site plan, just so I get a sense of the, I'm concerned about the size of the laneway house. I want to see it in relation to the whole site. Okay, so the laneway house is very substantial. And I mean, my instinct tells me that the footprint of the laneway house is driving some of this soft landscaping deficiency, and it's also driving the distance deficiency between the main building and the laneway suite.
One of the so I can tell you that this, it may not have been noted in the application materials, but I noted in my planning rationale there was a previous decision of the committee in 2022 for a building footprint with a similar footprint to this for a 1-story laneway suite. Following that decision, in order to provide an additional bedroom so that we could provide a 3-bedroom family-size rental unit on this site, the owner elected to provide a sloped 2nd story in order to provide that extra space and to improve the living space within the unit as a whole. So we're taking what was sort of a similar footprint, and there was additional space to provide another bedroom and a better living space added to that. Well, again, adding the trees and attempting to landscape the site as extensively as possible. I think diminishing increasing the width between the house and the suite would have a detrimental impact on the ability of the building to accommodate the number of bedrooms that are proposed. Right now on the site, you have a multiplex at the front of the site with 2 1-bedroom units and 2 2-bedroom units, and the laneway suite at the rear would constitute a 3-bedroom rental unit, all on a major street, which is Davenport. Notably, a street where the city's official plan contemplates a bit of additional intensification beyond what you would typically see in the city's interior neighborhoods. So,
okay. Are there other questions for this agent panel? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could we, on the site plan, am I correct? The parking space doesn't line up with the 2nd floor deck, does it? It extends the area that is permeable pavers is actually a portion of that is a parking space.
The permeable pavers align with the front of the yes. So look, the parking space, the dimensions of the parking space for bylaw compliance, part of that is permeable pavers. Yes.
Okay, and all of the staircases, walkways, and so forth are the result of the topography. You've got a very severe stepped site, and there's no opportunity to remove any of that, because if you want to get from one part of the site to the other, you need to use those stairways and walkways, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions, panel?
Just a quick one, if I may, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at a laneway view of what presumably was the existing garages. There's now this is May 2019. I'm going to assume that this is what is being replaced. There's a garage on a sort of separate little single car garage on the side that presumably maybe where this new carport is going to be. And then there looks like a 3-car garage immediately to the left of it as I'm looking at it. My assumption would be, and please correct me if I'm wrong, yes, the picture on the right that I'm looking at, bottom right. So the structure to the left of the structure on the right, presumably that's being replaced with the laneway suite, and the one on the right would be where the new carport would be.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, is that basically your laneway suite would be replacing those 3-car garage structure?
I believe the 3-car garage structure is what the laneway suite is replacing, but I believe that the building on the right of that image at the bottom right corner there is a garage that services a separate property, not the.
It's a separate property, not yours.
Yeah.
Yes. And this comes back to the question of the size of the laneway suite. If these garages are presumably the length of a car or a little bit beyond, it looks like the laneway suite is much deeper. And that's why I was asking about, the size of your laneway suite taking away from soft landscaping.
So the footprint of the existing garage was about 45 square meters. Been confirmed by the architect, and the proposed footprint of the suite is 61.9 meters.
Makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Could we put up, please, that side sort of? There was a side look at the site that showed the how the site falls off. There it is. Oh, the site actually climbs through the rear. Okay.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
One of the reasons for the separation distance requirement in the bylaw is to allow for both soft landscaping space as well as amenity space within the rear yard between the suite and the house. In this case, as a result of the slope, there's very little you can do in terms of amenity in the rear yard. So we have elected to try and landscape it as extensively as possible. The other reason for the separation distance is to mitigate impacts regarding overlook, privacy, and shadows on adjacent properties. In the letter that I submitted, I believe it was yesterday, to summarize my planning opinion, there's both a shadow study and an image showing the view to the south from the approximate south wall of the laneway suite. Both indicate that there are no impacts with regard to shadowing and no overlook or privacy impacts to the south as a result of the separation distance.
Okay, so really, it is also driving the deficiencies are the constraints imposed by the site. The site, if this was a level site, it'd be a different deal than a site which climbs as dramatically as this one does.
I would agree with that statement, yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. All right, panel members, let's, I think we can take this application into committee for a decision. Mr. Niffel, go ahead, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that this laneway suite on another site would be acceptable, but I think in this case, it's inappropriate. It's too large. It's not as if every square foot had to be adjusted to provide for a reasonable dwelling unit. There is, from my reading of the plans, on the lower level, there are 2 bedrooms, a laundry room, a bath, and a mechanical room. On this main level, there's another bedroom, an ensuite, a very large ensuite, a nursery, I think it says, and an entry, and I guess an open closet. And then on the 3rd floor, there's a living, dining, and a kitchen area. No criticism of the architecture. I mean, it's a nice plan. I don't think this site can accommodate it, and I think that's demonstrated by the landscape variances, which I believe to be unreasonable and certainly not consistent with what we've been approving in the past. There are requests for reductions in landscaping, increases in height, and so forth, and I don't think in this site, which is severely sloped, that those are justified, and I will be, as a result, not able to support this application.
Thank you very much. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
I agree some of the comments, and I do agree that this is not a typical laneway suite that we have been approving or seeing, but I think that it's precisely is this site specifically that is with a drastic change of the slope. And I think that the design is actually taking advantage of that, which is, I think, it make good use of the site in that sense. And also in terms of the distances, because they also have a distance in terms of the difference in height. And I think that that will mitigate the closer than the 7.5. And I disagree with that. It is not suitable only because I think that it is suitable because it's at the corner. When that street is lined up, actually, there's a further setback from the laneway. That's taking advantage of the extra space. And I agree that it's not a typical size, but with the intent of the laneway street bylaw is to increase moderately density to provide housing units. And I think that this may be a little bit bigger, but in terms of the planning, in terms of the size and quality of that rental units, it's actually very high quality, and maybe actually is very suitable for family. And I with the check and balance, I think I can support it because I think it's still in keeping with the intent of the bylaw.
Thank you. Mr. Bai, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. When looking at these, I'm not sure, I suppose it's a side elevation and slope. It adds to my concern about what happens with excessive drainage. This is a pretty substantial structure on a sloped land plot. The width of the building or the length of the building, whichever way you're looking at it, reduces that space between the main structure and the laneway suite. When you have drainage, there's only one way for that water to run, and it's going to run down. And you're reducing the soft landscaping significantly in this case, I think will add to additional problems of drainage. As Mr. Nipple says, I think the unit itself is, no problem in terms of the design, although it is a 3-story structure as opposed to 2-story structure, depending on the site it's located on. It's not a bad design, it's the wrong place. So I can't support this particular application.
My sense in looking at this application was, right from the beginning, was that the massing was a negative, and the deficiencies in soft landscaping and space between the laneway suite and the main house could be ameliorated. It would result in a smaller laneway suite, but I think that's what the site can accommodate. So I won't be supporting it either. I look to someone to make a motion, please. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Sure thing. I'd like to move a motion to refuse this application.
Is there a second to that? It is seconded. Mr. Nipfel. All those in favor, please show of hands. Okay, those opposed. And let the record show that Ms. Chan is in dissent, but the motion does carry by a vote of 3-1, and the application is thereby refused. Number 16 is 68 Delaware Avenue. On this application before us, the only materials are those submitted at the time of application, and a 2017 Committee of Adjustment decision which affects the property. Let's go to the applicant and have the applicant join us. Please state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard De Oliveira. I'm representing the owners of 68 Delaware Avenue.
Good afternoon to you. Panel members, any questions for this agent? Mr. Byer, please.
Mr. Oliveira, just a quick question. I think you're probably going to answer my question, but the decks that you have proposed, it looks like they're screened already in your renderings. I think it's Z14 and probably Z15. Those are at least 1.5 meter screenings on your decks on the second and third floors.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Hearing no further questions, Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Oh, just a quick one. About the FSI, you're proposing quite a bit more. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, certainly. We are asking for a little bit more, but I'd like to note that we're staying within the footprint of the existing dwelling right now. We've taken steps to try to maintain that footprint on the third floor, on the second floor, and the new balcony off the rear. Sorry, 1 second here. So we're working through. We're on a lot that's slightly smaller than the other lots on the same street. So the house has the same characteristics as the remainder of the street, but the lot is slightly smaller in depth, and that's causing an increase in our FSI number.
Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah, that's a good reason. Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Nipfel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Byatt referred to the screening of the proposed deck on the third floor and the second floor, but it doesn't show on the plan. Is it just on the elevation? And can you clarify what it is?
Okay, I'm clarifying now as I'm looking at it. So there's an existing porch. That's what we were looking at on Z14. So on Z15, that's the proposal. It doesn't show up as as screening, but we're happy to put that in as a condition.
Okay, that's because I was going to suggest now on the attached semi, if you go to the third floor, for instance, the proposed deck, can we get the floor plan? There. Yeah, that deck can oversee the yards on both sides, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you would agree to 1.5 meter opaque screening on the two sides of that deck and also on the second floor deck?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Hearing no more questions.
There was, sorry, the one other question. Was there consultation with the attached semi in particular?
There is, and there are letters of support from both 66 and 70 Delaware.
Okay.
And we've approached all the neighbors in the surrounding area.
I'm beginning to think we should have red stars for all you guys that consult. That's great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Very good. Panel members, anyone ready we can take the application into committee and move to a motion, please. Yes. Mr. Nipfel had his hand first.
Did you want to ask a question, Yem, or
did you want
to? Go ahead. Yeah, I was going to put a motion, but go.
Okay, I'd like to move approval of the application. I think it's a reasonably modest application, and it's been sensitively placed in context. It does not extend a fair degree past the on one side, and on the other side, there's proposed screening provided as we've discussed. I think it's a reasonable application. I don't see there being any negative implications to adjacent properties. I'd like to move approval subject to the provision of 1.5 meter opaque screening on the third floor deck and the second floor. I think it's either called a deck or a balcony. It's a deck as well.
Thank you.
North and south sides.
On both sides, north and south.
Okay, I think we've got that. Is there a second? Mr. Byte, you're seconding?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Byte seconds. It is moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show your hands. Vote unanimous to carry. Application approved. Number 17. (32 MOUNTVIEW Avenue. Committee has before it the following: those materials submitted at application and correspondence in support from 34 MOUNTVIEW and 30 MOUNTVIEW, which would appear to be both neighbors either side. Okay, let's have the applicant join us, please, by stating your name.
Neil, you've been unmuted. Neil Pete, you've been unmuted. I think there's a mic issue on your end. We can't hear you.
How about now?
Yep.
I think we're good.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay. I was waving, but it's hard to tell. Anyways, apologies. Hi, I'm Neil Pete, 32 MOUNTVIEW Avenue. And I don't have a lot to add other than I did want to apologize. I didn't realize, obviously I'm the homeowner and the applicant, but I didn't realize that I could, and having heard a lot of these other ones, should probably have submitted some photos that might have helped you a bit. And obviously I met with my neighbors, but the sign that you sent over is very large. So I've in fact met with every neighbor on the street because it was so big. People thought that my whole house was being torn down and such. But anyways,
okay,
it's been a nice process to meet
Neil.
the neighbors.
Good to have you with us. I want to ask my panel colleagues if they have any questions for you. Ms. Chan, go ahead then. Mr. Byett, then Mr. Niffel.
Sorry.
Yes.
Can I ask a question now?
Yes, you're
okay.
Get closer to your
Okay.
mic, I think, because I'm hearing you kind of off and on. Go ahead, close to the mic.
Oh, okay. My question is, you have a deficiency in the soft landscaping in the back, right, in the rear yard. I guess it is an existing condition, but the existing deck, underneath the existing deck, is it like a permeable condition? Is it just
Yes,
like
so-
sod or?
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
little hard to see that new proposed addition to the side, to the south side, given the drawing here. That is currently a bit of deck. It is all dirt underneath. And at the back, where the new proposed deck is, there was sort of an old deck as part of this. I have children anyways. I took that out because it was a little unsafe. So it is now completely, it's effectively Riverstone and dirt underneath, but it's where my kids' play structure is. So it's quite permeable, yes. And the
Okay.
intention would be that deck would be on top of the existing permeable land. It would not be hardscaping.
Mm-hmm.
A second thing, actually, just to
Just a second. Those other questions first, Neil. Just hang on a second. Next is Mr. Byett's question.
Just a quick one, and I think Ms. Chan's question kind of covers some of it. You've got a proposed walkway at the top of the stairs. We'd be okay putting in permeable materials there, either permeable pavers or but make sure that that part is permeable.
I would be fine even taking that out, but yes, for sure.
It's great, thank you.
The walkway is unnecessary. I mean, the current deck just exits into the yard, so that would be the same without a walkway there.
Mr.
So
Nippel, your
instead of
question.
the walkway, would that be turned into soft landscaping, possibly?
Yeah, it's currently all grass. We would just keep it as grass.
Okay. Would that change the percentage soft landscaping that you have?
My intention when I worked with, when I was having a friend help draw it, was that all of that would be permeable anyways, because again, I understand obviously the intention of having more soft landscaping. I didn't feel I could add any hardscaping to what I had, given the small percentages of soft landscaping that existed.
Yeah.
So my understanding is that, you know, it doesn't, but that I've already kind of tried my best to make everything soft landscaping.
Mr.
Thank
Nippel, your question.
Yeah, sorry, I was reading the drawing while you were talking, so if you've already answered this, I apologize. The deck that Ms. Chan talked to you about, you do use it, right? And it's an existing wood deck beside the existing garage.
Oh, interesting. So that, when I bought the property, that was actually a garage. A couple of years ago, it was, it partially collapsed. It was asked to be, you know, removed because of the tree that you can see, that tree zone. Its roots are so aggressive. So that is effectively new soft landscaping, but it's underneath the wood deck, which is a wood deck and very permeable, is kind of concrete rubble from the garage. It's not, it's, again, these are 200-year-old kind of coach houses, so it's not like a concrete slab, but it was a former garage.
Do you use that deck?
We do, yes. That's our sort of back seating area. The one here is really just for a barbecue, the proposed deck.
There's no way that you could reduce the size of the deck and add landscaping in that area, is there?
At the back?
Yeah. The one that's beside, I'm like everybody else on the panel. I'm trying to find you some more soft landscaping. So
yeah, no, I appreciate that.
The first thing was to wonder if the existing wood deck could be made slightly smaller and the space recovered would be turned into landscaping. And then the walkway that's at the base of the stairs from the house, as I understood it, that could be removed and it could be landscaping. And then my third question had to do with, these are all suggestions. My other observation was that the existing garage, the driveway fans out in front of the garage. Is it a garage for one space, one car space?
Yes.
And it's wider than a car?
Yes, however, it is a shared or laneway, like a laneway access between two houses. So the issue is that if you did not have the fan at the back, there would be no way to turn a car around. So you'd be able to drive a car in, but you would not. You would have to back your car back out.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. I understand. So is it possible that the proposed walkway that's at the base of the stairs could be soft landscaping? And is it possible that some of the existing wood deck could be turned into grass, and or another alternative, could you plant a tree in the deck? I'm just desperately trying to get your landscaping up, because I don't actually, there's nothing really offensive about what you're proposing to do, but the landscaping is really deficient.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding was this was kind of an inherited problem. So
it's not an opportunity. It's an opportunity in that you're doing a major piece of work. So I think you're hearing from everybody, and I would echo what my colleagues have said. Our focus on soft landscaping has become very sharp. If you've been listening this morning, you've seen us take a fairly sharp attack on it with some other applications. And with you just marginally over half, 27 where 50 is required, the panel is not impressed. We need you to look at improving that number substantially. You need to think of what ways you can improve it substantially to begin to get us on side.
I guess my question would be, the two suggestions that you've made, both are appreciated. Certainly the proposed walkway, I think, is an obvious one. So that one I appreciate. The existing wood deck, that was a garage. It's not really captured that under that is now actually permeable, whereas historically that would not have been permeable. I don't know if that helps the committee to get a bit more comfort that there is more
the
permeable
committee,
space.
yeah, the committee views soft landscaping as soft landscaping. So permeable pavers and so on are not comparable on a 1-to-1 ratio.
We
in terms
removed
of
a garage.
absorption.
But okay, so sorry, not to belabor
We
that
need to
point,
get
but I
the
just
raw
wanted to
number
point
of
out-
soft landscaping up into a reasonable zone.
I don't know where else, other than taking out the wood deck, which you asked about, or effectively modifying
Yeah.
the wood deck. We
That's a
did
good way.
cut out that corner piece more for the tree, because the tree is literally right there. Planting a tree, so that's an interesting proposal. What would that benefit or impact? Just this is my ignorance speaking, I guess. Planting a tree would help in what way? Could I, for example, at the
Providing
back?
an area of permeability that's better than under the deck.
Okay.
But that's just an option. The other, let me go back to my other idea. We're not here to redesign your project for you.
No, I'm actually intrigued. So my question was, I asked
absolutely trying to
my
find
friend, I
some
said, how much do I need? He said, you need 50%.
When you come out of the back of your property, can we go to the site plan again?
Yep.
I think to answer the question you just put, if I understood what it was, Neil, is you need to get from 27% up to a threshold of something like 40%.
Right. Yes, that is. I appreciate that. That I'm very open to suggestions.
Well,
potentially that don't involve tearing down buildings. It seems very challenging for me to do that, but I was intrigued about this idea of planting trees. Is a suggestion that you could, for example, at the back of the existing wood deck, put like planters or something to, increase. Again, they're above the deck, but they would.
Planters are not soft landscaping. No.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but they do. But in fairness, they do help. And planning department on a regular basis suggests adding planters. So something like that would help. The other thing that occurs to me, if you look at the back of the house, either in the elevation or on the site plan, there is a slight deck off the back of the house. Do you actually, the deck you actually use is at the back of the property?
Yep.
Can you just have a landing and a stairway, and can you transform that deck area into landscaping? Do you know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah. So this, well, you can't see what I'm pointing at, but yes, that small thin deck with the stairs down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. I would lose my place for a barbecue, but I could, that I can figure out.
Ms. Chan has a question. Go ahead, Ms. Chan.
It's not a question. It's to you, Mr. Chair. I do not think we can do designing on the fly like this. I feel quite uncomfortable.
I agree.
With planting a tree and all that stuff, because it's really urban forestry or the planning department's suggestion might change that. I think that what I'm trying to say is, in many cases, we would love to see there's enough soft landscaping, or best to meet the requirement. Yep. But sometimes in the existing condition, just as this, I actually have studied it, and then I was looking at the existing big deck underneath is permeable. To me, it's already enough to compromise, because they have a shared driveway. They cannot really straighten that out. And I just find that adding all these suggestions started to make me feel quite nervous.
Well, okay, so you're really getting into an in-committee kind of comment there. Do people want to go into committee on this now? Let's go into committee on it. Okay, we're going into committee now, so we'll ask the moderator to remove the agent. If you remove the agent from the conversation, please. We'll go into committee on this. If we have to come back out, we will. Yes, Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I take Ms. Chan's comment to heart. This is very much an existing condition. And we do often see situations where the landscaping is quite deficient. but it's also a circumstance that comes about as a result of existing conditions. I did note in my looking at the site plan that the proposed walkway, and I think the owner agent was quite amenable to, or my understanding was that it currently is soft landscaping in any, or he might just turn it into soft landscaping. So I'm quite happy with that. I don't think any other alterations are necessary, and I take Ms. Chan's comment to heart. So I think the agent owner has certainly explained the circumstance. I don't have any concerns about this application, and would be quite happy to move a motion to approve once my colleagues have made their comments.
Okay. Any other comments? Panel members, other comments on this one? No. Mr. Nipfel, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to support the application, but I can't with the current percentage. Unlike Ms. Chan, I'm not convinced that the deck is going to provide the kind of permeability we need. To me, the answer is to reduce the size of the back deck and to get the percentage of landscaping up to something that's reasonable. I don't think what the applicant's doing is overbuilding in any way, but I also think that this decision will come back to haunt us. So I would welcome the opportunity for the applicant to go away and see what he can do to increase that 27%. As it is, I'm not going to be able to support the application.
Okay, here's my thought panel. Why don't we go back to the applicant and tell him that we're going to do a couple more applications, and we'll come back to him in a few minutes or half an hour or so. And in that time, we'd like to see what he can do to improve that number, because at 27 over 50, that number is problematic. I agree with Mr. Nipfel. So how would panel feel about going back to the applicant, circling back to this application after we finish number 19? Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Well, let's do that then. So we'll go back out of panel now. And Mr. Pete, we can bring you back in.
Okay.
We're going to carry on to number 18 application and number 19. We'll circle back to you after we've finished those applications. In the meantime, we want you to think, please, how you can improve that raw number of 27 up to something that we could condone. So that's the plan.
Mr. Chairman, could we clarify if the applicant's in agreement to try and reconsider that? We need not only to the 27, but we need the square meters that whatever the
we
new
need
number.
the square meters as well. Are we
Exactly.
able to bring the applicant back into the meeting, moderator? There he is. Okay. Okay, Neil, did you hear what I was saying?
Yes. So I heard that two things. One, as a percentage, and second, as square meters.
Yep. And we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you after we've done the other two applications.
Okay.
So do stay tuned.
And the intention there would be, if we can, to approve the variance with a new number, but we don't need to see how you're going to do it. You could go away and figure out the details later. I think Ms. Chan's point was we were monkeying around with details, and that's difficult.
Right.
But if you can agree to a different number, then you can actually down the road figure out how you're going to achieve it.
Right. And as things develop, there may be more opportunities that I'm not aware of right now. Okay. Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
We shall return to you. Okay. So with that, we are putting this application number 17 on hold, and we are moving to application number 18. (49) Browning Avenue. On this application, we have those materials submitted time of application. There is a tree protection plan, and there are photographs of trees, 5 of them, on the property, March the 9th. Let's have the agent join us, please. State your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Marco Vieira. I am the agent for this application. I'm at 257 Dunraven Drive.
Very good. Thank you very much. Panel members, questions for the agent? If there are none, we can perhaps move right to a motion if someone has one in mind. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
can take on this one. I think this is they're asking for increase in area, and that's a height increase. I mean the wall height increase. I think this is quite straightforward application, and I think the density, the increase in area is probably is consistent with the new development or evaluation in the area. So I have no problem with this application, and I'd like to move for approval with no conditions.
Thank you very much. Does that have a second?
I'll second that. If I can just add a quick comment, Chair, if I may as well. Just looking at the site plan for this, if one looks at the rear yard for this particular property, I cannot for the life of me find any soft landscaping. Not that there's a variance, so we're not dealing with it. But given the variance that is being requested, I certainly can support it. But this is an interesting one. Had there been a variance, we would have had a challenge with this particular application as well.
Okay,
but I'll second the motion.
It is seconded. So it is moved and seconded, therefore, to approve. Those in favor, please indicate. And that is a vote unanimous to carry the motion. Application is approved. Number 19. '83 Clinton Street. On this application, we have application materials, revised plans, June the 7th. 8 photographs of trees, March. Presentation materials from the agent, June the 7th. There is comment from community planning. There is support from 81 Clinton. And there is interest or concern from 85 Clinton. So let's go to the agent and have the agent join us, please. State your name.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Wanda Ely. I am the architect and agent for the owners of 83 Clinton Street, and my address is 1067 Bloor Street West in Toronto.
Very good. Good afternoon to you. Just hang on for a second while I ask a question to the moderator. Is there someone standing by here, moderator?
I've tried to call them a couple times. I'm calling them again.
Okay.
They're not in at the moment.
We're not getting an answer yet. Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Panel members, questions for this applicant? Mr. Byatt, proceed.
Yeah, I wonder if the applicant could just speak to variance number 11 and 12, particularly 11.
Yes, absolutely. And I've been listening and I've been part of a lot of these hearings and did anticipate that this would be brought up, and wanted to mention that I think in this site, if somebody could pull up our proposal, please, our architectural drawings, and we can start with A 0.2 existing site plan. Yeah. Oh, sorry. A 0.2, please. Yeah, there we go. Zoom in to the front. Yeah. So this is the existing condition that the clients inherited, and there's quite a bit of hardscaping. In fact, it's all hardscaping on their actual site, except for a little bit of softscape on the south side, and that's why we submitted the photos to have some context. The community planner got in touch with us, Simon Lacoste, and we went back and forth to do anything that we could to make them satisfied, which we have, and that is that we are proposing to actually soft landscape all of what you see west of the property line, which is in sort of it feels they're like their front yard, even though it is city property. So what we did, if we could maybe go to the next page, please, on the drawings, and go zoom into proposed. Thank you so much. What we've just left ourselves is enough for a walkway, north-south, And between the sort of retaining wall of the basement, new basement stairs, we need to leave enough hardscaping for a tenant to come in the front through the existing concrete walkway, walk along south to their stairs, and the owners can continue to walk along the pathway to the south of the building. So other than that, we have made everything else soft landscaping, which I know, the percentage of our own front landscaping is very low, but we have increased the soft landscaping in the front of their house significantly. And so the community planner was in support of that.
Through the chair, can the applicant, through the chair, can the applicant also go through whether or not they are improving or changing any of their variances? I believe they had indicated that they were improving and changing variance number 11.
That's right. And that's after having discussed with the planner and adding, if we can go back to the plan, we added that little planter bit to the left side of the stairs. And it just enough to leave us a walkway sized path to the west of the planter.
Let me ask you then, Agent, are you changing the actual number? Right now, number 11 reads, 75% is required and 0% is what is being proposed. Are you changing that 0 to a different number?
Yes, we're changing it to 5%.
So 0 becomes 5 in number 11. We are dealing with an amended application. Are there any other changes to the actual new numbers in the minor variances?
No.
No. So, okay. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we go back to the revised site plan? Because that's different than the one I have on my agenda. This one, yeah. So I'm still not clear. What portion of that is soft landscaping? Is all the stuff that is shown as hatched that looks like bricks, is that now soft landscaping?
Can we just go in a little further, please? Zoom in a little bit to this front. And and then maybe pan to the left a little bit so that we can see all the way in front of, yes. So it's now soft landscaping, other than where it says concrete walkway to the west of our property line on both north and south of the walkway is now completely soft landscaping. And also to the east of our kind of brick pattern walkway is as big a planter as we could get before we hit the retaining wall of this stairwell.
If you were on the other side of the planter, to the left of the planter, is that area soft landscaping too?
Not to the, between the planter and the property line is a walkway.
So in fact, I don't see what has changed on your variance then. I can see that the boulevard is now all soft landscaping, but
correct.
In terms
we
of
added the planter, sorry to interrupt you. It's the planter that was added. So from our
that's to provide access. The reason for not being able to do a soft landscaping, you need to be able to walk from one side to the other of the property.
That's right.
Can I ask the same question, please?
Ms. Chan,
why do you need that walkway? Because you have the sidewalk. Why can't they just go around the front lawn and then go to the other side? I mean, it's not a big distance, right? So you can increase your soft landscaping, just eliminate that walkway through.
Yeah, I hear what you mean.
It's already a patch of green. You see the layout's got the planter, and then there's a sidewalk right next to the landscape area.
No, that's a very good point. I think it's a bit deceiving in this plan. So if somebody could pull up our, let's say our presentation PDF that we submitted. Yeah, so Ms. Ian, for context, you can see how from the sidewalk, if you look up at, well, any of the images, it's all full of hedges right now. So there's the only access from the sidewalk towards the house, unless we cut down greenery, is that concrete walkway.
So can't you use the sidewalk and just walk around? Because they said this is for the tenant, or I'm not too sure why we
It
you
is
need
for the
another
tenant, but
sidewalk.
it is, okay. Can we go back to the PDF page, the first page? Thank you. So can you see there that from the sidewalk, there's no entrance to the property currently other than that walkway, the concrete walkway?
Yeah, I get it, but this is like used by the owner, right? You say that that's you walk across your property sometimes as with not being used heavily, and I just thought that you not walk over grass in that case.
Well, I actually have another suggestion, which may be favorable, if that's okay. If we look at our proposed site plan again on our application. Yeah, and zoom into it. So we need a path, and I think of what was being suggested is we extend the south walk current paved area all the way to the sidewalk, or have them just walk on soft sand landscaping, but then we'd have to cut down some hedges that exist, which I think would be a shame. But what I maybe could suggest, so that the percentage isn't so low on our property, is to maintain a walkway on the boulevard, which is currently okay, sorry, let me explain that. Where I've written planter to the left of the stairs, if we make that all softscape all the way to our property line, that would increase the percentage of soft landscaping. But in order for the tenant to get to those stairs, if you wouldn't mind, please flipping back to the existing site plan, the page above, and zoom into that same area, please. We'll keep a narrow walkway around the existing planter that's on Boulevard in order to allow for the way the tenant goes from the sidewalk to a path. Sorry,
the drawing that's on the screen right now is old, right? Because it doesn't provide for access to the basement. I mean, if in this drawing, you'd have no trouble increasing the landscaping. The problem is the stair going to the basement. So there's another site plan with the stair going to the basement.
Yeah, but I wanted to show you this to show what's existing and how on City Boulevard it is quite a bit paved. And I propose we just leave a little bit of that paving, enough to make a pathway. And therefore, then on our proposed site plan, where we're showing paving left of the stair, we can make all of that soft landscaping. I hope you guys would consider that reasonable. It's really just, if we go to our proposed plan, please, the next page, and zoom into that same area.
Yep, I can understand, yep. So
We
you're
are
just shifting the
absolutely fine with
walkway.
making the least amount of paving required, just to be able to walk and wheel bins.
So you're basically just shifting the walkway further to the left.
Correct. But
okay, what would that do to your soft landscaping in terms of numbers?
It would increase it to 13.9%.
That's much better.
Through the chair, a revised plan with a revised walkway on City Boulevard hasn't been reviewed by staff. So I have concern that staff, internal divisions, may have an issue with encroachment in that case. So it is one thing to change the landscaping variance number. However, we can't say, it's up to the agent if they're willing to take such risk, but we can't say that we could support or approve a walkway that's encroaching.
Well, I wouldn't call it a walkway. It's just the existing boulevard condition, and that's demolished. Yeah.
Through the chair, so currently when staff internal divisions were reviewing this plan, it was shown as being removed and it wasn't being retained, correct?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Right. Yeah, but I mean, in conversations with that planner, it was whether it was on the east side of the property line or the west side. I mean, they did understand we were really just greenifying and making soft anything we could other than a walkway.
Through the chair, but in terms of a zoning review, this hasn't been reviewed, or this was reviewed as was, and there was no variance or anything identified to do with an encroachment. from the buildings division. So my concern is that, that may not be doable for you, and that hasn't been vetted by staff. That's
Right.
all.
So the committee can't rely on that to happen.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, then, how should we handle this then?
Through the chair. So the applicant can certainly propose a different landscaping number. It's just they're taking the risk they may have to
you're
provide that elsewhere or by other means, just flagging that.
Do you follow, applicant, what we're saying?
I do, yes.
Yeah, so you'd be taking the risk if so I think that's clear.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, there's one other risk. The planning department is calling up the site plan to be attached as a condition.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay.
I think given that condition, I mean, I do understand the position of the committee that setting a precedent for the percentage of front landscaping, puts you guys in a situation where you don't want to set a bad precedent here for such a low percentage. At the same time, given where the communications that have happened with the planner so far, and that we really are just leaving ourselves enough to walk around.
Okay, we I think we understand where you're going. At this point, do we have any further questions for the applicant panel? Or I think it's maybe time to go into committee on this one for some discussion. So let's take the application discussion into committee and see what our options are here. As I ponder through it, go ahead, Ms. Chan.
My opinion is this, of course, we all have the same intention, always try to make the soft landscaping bylaw or requirement important. We see it as a very important bylaw too. But we have already made a study and we have made suggestion, and then they have worked with the planning department. In this case, it seems that we do not have too many options. And what the planning department now is satisfied with the revised site plan, which is just introducing a planter in front of it. And I think that is what we focus on, whether we will approve the 5% soft landscaping or not. So I think what it makes sense in this case, they actually have worked with the planning, and also they also agreed to improve the existing boulevard paving and turn that into soft landscaping. I think that is a plus. And in that case, I can understand they're restricted by the existing condition. I'm ready to let go of 5%. I will support that.
Other comments, Mr. Wyatt?
And I just take Ms. Chan's comments to heart. The planning condition that's being applied when he talks about the site plan, I'm not sure whether it's, of course, indicating, making a reference to the proposed site plan as opposed to the existing. And I think if we add that piece in as well, then we know that boulevard portion will be, as proposed, soft landscaping.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Nipfel, any thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think at some point we have to say, look, we can dither around with this for a long time, and we're really not going to accomplish much. Looking at the broader picture, the applicant has proposed a substantial increase in landscaping. It's not on her property; it's on the public boulevard, but it's nonetheless going to do the same job. It's going to absorb water. I think that given the constraints of the site and given the options, as Ms. Chan said, which are very limited, I'm prepared to support the planning condition, which is to call up the plan, and the change in variance number 11 to 5%. It's not ideal, but I think it's the best we can do in this case.
Yeah, man. I think it may be. So, okay, I would go with that. I could support that. So,
Through
like
the
to-
chair, I'll also just note for the record that staff will be correcting the typo in the numbering of the variances for
Right.
this application. So when we're referencing variance 11, it will in fact actually be changed to number 10, just to follow the correct sequence of numbering.
Yep. Okay, who can put that into a motion? Who'd like to? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
So he also, we emphasize that they will, the condition is to convert the paved area in the boulevard to soft landscaping, right? That's our condition, right?
Right.
And it's
So
in
are
the
we going to make
proposed,
reference? Sorry,
Big
I don't think we can make a condition because it's public right of way and we haven't
Oh,
consulted.
okay,
I think
I
we
see.
could put it in as a note.
Okay.
Through the
All right.
chair, if the
So-
revised
so-
plan shows that, then that would be planning's recommendation that it be tied to site plan.
Okay.
So that would capture it.
Okay. That's good. So I have a motion then
And we
to
want to
move
make
for
sure that.
approval.
Oh, sorry, go ahead
Okay.
with your motion.
Okay, the motion is to amend the to 5% and whatever area is whatever area is, and also with the planning condition that tie to the revised site plan. I think it's dated. There's a date on that site plan.
Can we clarify what site plan that is? It says here it's the one that was emailed on June the 5th. I don't have it in my agenda, I don't believe. But is it the one with the boulevard as landscaping?
I assume so, because that's the only
somebody
date I
confirm
have
that?
for the revised site plan. We can ask the applicant.
They're very specific about which site plan it is. We need to
Staff are
make
just
sure.
checking this.
could we make
that is
reference to
important.
the number?
And we need to get a square meterage on that 5%. So maybe we can go to the applicant. Could you calculate that 5% and what the square meters would be? I'll come back to you in a moment.
And can we confirm the drawing A03 is the one that's referenced by planning?
Let's put that in our motion.
Well, it's not a motion so much as we're referencing a drawing. I need to know which one it is. I think we all need to know which one it is. If it's A0.3, then to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer's
Here's
point.
03.
Okay, is that the one that was received by us on June the 5th?
It's dated June the 7th.
Through the chair, this one was received by us on June the 7th. I believe the community planning condition indicating June 5th was most likely the date that they had received it. This revised plan came as a result of the agent's communications with city planning.
Okay, can we then, that's good, that's helpful, thank you. I'm wondering if we could,
Does it have a date on it?
in approving the planning department condition, could we reference it as the proposed site plan A0.3? Then there's no confusion. Otherwise, nobody knows what the condition means.
Yes, okay.
Thank you for telling us the date it was submitted, that's helpful.
Okay, now let's, okay, Ms. Chan was in the process of putting together a motion.
Yes, I would say that in accordance to drawing A0.3 received by committee adjustment June 7th, 2022. That's what I will put.
Okay,
Okay, sounds good.
And the area for 5% is the same as I calculated, is 1.32 square meter.
The agent has 0.98. So let's go with the
Uh,
agent's number.
Okay, yeah,
I like
whatever.
it.
Yeah,
I like
I
Jim's
did it
better.
according to the.
Let's go with the agent's number. Okay, so we'll use the agent's number. Oh, okay. All right. Is the motion?
So is that a
then-
motion?
Is the motion then completed? In terms of the wording, Ms. Chan, are you satisfied with the wording now that it's complete?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Is there a second to the motion? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. So it is moved and seconded to approve the amended application. All those in favor, please show of hands. Votes unanimous, motion carries, amended application is approved. Thank you. And we'll circle back now to number 17. Okay, we'll circle back now, and the moderator will ask you to reintroduce the agent on number 17.
Neil, you've been unmuted.
Or you probably have access to it as well, that backyard plan. So there was kind of a bunch of things that I looked at
Neil,
based on the record. Yes.
Mr. Pete, sorry. Mr. Pete, you're just coming in now, so I think we missed maybe the start of what you were saying. You're back with us now, and we're coming
Neil
back
Pete
to
from
you.
32 Mountview Avenue.
Yes, we're coming back to you specifically with a key question. We don't want to have too much discussion. We want you've had this time to think about what you'd like to do. We're really coming back to you with a view to seeing if you are prepared to offer an improved soft landscaping percentage number. So
yes,
go ahead.
So the original proposal was increasing or adding soft landscaping equal to 5.82 meters. That was the proposal. Through some of the initiatives we talked about, as well as a few others that I was able to look at, I have a maximum, but I'm comfortable increasing by 4.85 meters, so almost doubling, but not quite, the proposed soft landscaping addition. So the original amount.
Tell us the new number. Let's go to the bottom line here, Mr. Pete. What is the new number?
So the proposed addition is 10.62 meters of soft landscaping.
Wait a second, Mr. Pete. Okay, we're not just let's be very clear here what we're all doing together.
Confusing.
We're trying to change the numbers in variance number 2. What was originally proposed was 27% soft landscaping, which is equal to 25.62 square meters.
Yes.
And the question is, are you able to increase the percentage in the square meters?
Yes. Okay, so if we do that, then I am proposing to add an additional 4.8 square meters, which would bring you up to
39.7.
Oh, no, not quite. 30.42. Total. 30.42 total.
And what is that in percentage?
Less than I had hoped when I was very proud of myself for almost doubling it. It goes
bottom
to
line,
30
Mr. Pete. Bottom line, what's the number?
It goes up to 31% soft landscaping total.
We moved to 31%.
I know.
And okay.
And you're comfortable with both of those numbers?
Just a second. So variance number 2. So we're very clear what is being proposed here. Variance number 2 is altered by the applicant to 31%.
Yes.
Or 30.42 meters square.
That's right.
Okay. Okay, that's what you want to do. We shall, at this stage, take that as the amended application. We're going to go back into committee here on this.
I guess the only other.
Excuse me. We are into committee now.
Oh.
And I'll ask the moderator to take us into committee, please. So we're into committee. And your comments, panel members, are invited. I'll start off with mine. It's a small improvement. I'm not sure about it, but Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Oh, I think there's a great effort. I think that we come a long way. I'm ready to support it with this intention, and then I think it's still an improvement, and it is over half of what required, and I'm happy with the improvement. So I will support this application.
Okay, Mr. Niffel had a comment too. Carl?
No, I was going to say the same thing. I think we've gone through a long process. I think the applicant has shown flexibility and willingness to work on this.
Okay.
I think this is about as good as we're going to get, and I would be prepared to support the new numbers as well.
I see Mr. Byatt nodding, and I'm nodding also. So let's have someone go with a motion, please. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah. So I have a motion to approve the revised variance, and that's it, right? There's no other conditions.
That's right.
Okay.
Seconded by Mr. Nipfel. That is seconded. So staff, do you have that down? So staff have that down now. And we are dealing with the amended application, and it has been moved and seconded to approve it. All those in favor, please show of hands. And that vote is unanimous. The motion carries. The amended application is approved. So with that, we do complete the first segment of the agenda. We shall be recessing now, and it is 2 o'clock. So, we shall resume with item number 20 on that section of the agenda at 2:45 p.m. 45-minute recess. We'll resume at 2:45 p.m. Thank you, panel.